the bush with you again from myself, Steve, Lauren, Nick and Tessa. Have a lovely rest of the day wherever you are, and hopefully we'll see you in Escape to Nature and for our sunset safari.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. And of course, as always, welcome to the beautiful Okukoyo in Namibia. We are graced once again with all of the beautiful zebras coming to say good morning to us, and I suspect this will be the case for the rest of the day. My name is Lisa, and I am, of course, the naturalist monitoring the waterholes, which is Okukoyo and the Djuma Dam Cam. Just to give everyone a heads up, we are experiencing some weather which is affecting our locations for today, but no worries. As you can see, Okukoyo is once again our exemplary child, giving us lots of sunshine and lots of animals so far. So what is there to complain about? What a beautiful day. Remember, we are live and we are of course interactive. What would a safari be without questions and comments? So please do send through any of those if you have any today. I think we'll do a bit of quizzing today as well if you guys are all keen and interested. We shall dive into that, but for now let's just appreciate all of these beautiful animals. And as you can see, all of our Egyptian geese are still accounted for, which I'm super happy about. But speaking of weather and what we can expect today, let's have a look at the forecast for today. So as I mentioned, Okukoyo is literally the only location that is giving us sunshine today. But again, we can't control everything. We will just absolutely embrace all of this today. And again, have some amazing discussions. Remember, we are not just here to look for animals. We are here to also just enjoy all of the bird calls, all of the noises that summer gives us, and just all of the beauty that Mother Nature blesses us with. So if there's anything in particular that you would like to discuss today or that you have a question on, you are more than welcome to send those through. As all of you know by now, I love a good chat about literally anything about wildlife. But if there's anything in particular that you would like to know, even if it's not about the animals, you can ask us about the locations or about us as naturalists. You are more than welcome to get in touch with us. I really am looking forward to today. And I'm not holding my breath, but secretly, very, very secretly, I am praying that we'll see some elephants today. I really think I deserve some elephants. I don't know if you agree with me, but hopefully we'll see some ellies today. But I definitely suspect we'll see a lot of zebras today, as that has been the case probably for the past week now. So it has been brilliant. Pamela, good morning. Thank you so much for getting in touch with us. You are saying you are looking forward to another adventure with nature today. Pamela, I could not agree with you more. It really is such a privilege to be doing what we do, just to be able to watch these animals. They have no idea whatsoever that we are here, which of course I think definitely benefits everyone, because as many of you know, I can get quite excited and quite loud, and so luckily I'm not able to scare away the animals. But that being said, I have to say I have discretion on safari. When I'm actually guiding in the bush, I know when to shut my trap. But how amazing is this? And you can see it is already very warm. All of the zebras literally getting into the water, cooling off their legs, cooling off their stomach as well. I think that's an immediate relief for them. Just like us, you know, when you are hot, you put a wet face cloth on your neck, or you go jump in the pool if you have the opportunity, or perhaps just take a cold shower. And that is the exact same for animals. I think there are so many similarities, you know, when it comes to behavior between us and animals. Luckily, there's a lot of things that they do that we don't have to do. But in terms of simple things like this, definitely can relate with them. Earth Lover, good morning. Oh, I love your name. I definitely relate with it. But isn't it incredible how they just blend in, right? This always astonishes me. And Okokoyo is rapidly becoming very dry again. As you can see, there is not a lot of green, really left around the waterhole or even to the back of the waterhole. We've still got some grass patches here and there. But we will definitely require rain soon, you know, for the animals to enjoy some of the greenery again. But that being said, you know, with it becoming dry, the animals are returning to the waterhole. So I don't really know which side I'm leaning more towards, you know, rain for the animals or this dry season for us so that they return to this waterhole. Now, for those of you that are not familiar with this location, this is Okokoyo in the Etosha National Park in Namibia. So Namibia is not in South Africa, it's a different country just north of us. And if you also do not know how it works, I myself, even though I wish I could, am not able to teleport. So as I mentioned, I monitor Okokoyo as well as the Djuma Dam Cam in Sabi Sand. And all of this is done in FC in Rivonia. So where all of the directing and everything for the safaris happens as well. This is where I am. But how incredible just to be able to say that we are watching animals live as they are doing their thing, whether it's drinking water or fighting or sparring or even mating, which we have not seen on the Okokoyo cam yet. But you never know, we might get lucky. And you never know, hopefully we see a rhino today. How incredible will that be? But this is a man-made waterhole, one of about 34 in Okokoyo. Some of them are man-made, some of them are natural, so I would assume that some of them have dried up already again, which is why the animals are returning to this beautiful salt lake. Harold, good morning. Thank you for your comment. It really is super fascinating. I mean, for me, it's just been, I have to be honest with you, since I've discovered this waterhole, which is, you know, since I've started with Wild Earth, it's been such a fascinating location. I remember the first time I saw this waterhole, I literally said to Andrew, who is another naturalist that trained me, I said to him, why would an animal want to live here? I mean, of course, they get no say in the matter. You know, when an animal's born, it doesn't get a preference as to, would you like to go to Djuma or Madikwe or Okokoyo? They just have to, you know, adapt or die, as cruel as that may sound. And the animals really do. They adapt so well, they acclimate so well, because this is, of course, a very hot and humid location. And of course, the rocks also makes it even more humid and hot for them. But in terms of the rocks, all of these rocks we see around, that is calcrete. There's a lot of salt and minerals in and around this waterhole and the rest of the park as well. But for instance, something like an elephant. If I was a 4 or 5 or 6 ton animal, I would not want to walk on these rocks. I think the zebras, the springbok, the giraffes, all of those animals probably have it a little bit easier because they're of course ungulates or hoofed animals. But something with softer feet, I don't know if that would be my thing. But again, it just shows you the resilience of Mother Nature and how incredible they are. I think that's definitely one thing we can take from animals is just learning to adapt better and, to sort of just accept your environment around you. And how incredible just to be able to not only hear the birds, but right now, of course, we are hearing a lot of the zebras. So these ones we are looking at, these are the Birch Hill zebras, the more common one we find in most of our locations and that you'll most probably see on safari. But that call that we are hearing right now, that is due to them constantly, sort of battling it out. A lot of the stallions are in that time, just like we are expecting with the impalas within the next month, going into their rutting season. This is sort of now the time for the zebras to establish their dominance, establish harems, and of course, along with that comes dominance and fighting, and a little bit of ego gets involved. Now, I don't think it's ego. It is just what they do out here in nature. Picasso, good morning. Thank you for sending us a question. You would like to know, do zebras migrate over the year? So first and foremost, it depends on the area you are looking at. So migration happens due to a lack of either food or water, or of course reproductive resources. So animals need to migrate, when an area becomes dry, like we see in the Masai Mara. A lot of the areas actually become dry and they have to move to a greener area or find greener pastures, as well as water. And then again, all of the reproduction aspects goes into that as well. Because essentially, if one group of animal moves, the rest will too. And that is what we've been seeing here at Okokoya as well. I assume in the rest of the park it has become a little bit drier in some of the water holes. And so the animals are returning to this specific area. Now, when you are, as I mentioned, it depends on the location you are referring to. When you are looking at something like Okokoyo, this is a national park. However, that being said, it is fenced. So migrations, well, you can't really call it migrations, but sort of mini migrations do happen in even private game reserves or fenced national parks. Even in Kruger you'll see it, where animals do need to move to other areas, because there's more water, there's more greener vegetation for them to feed on. Something like a zebra, for instance, is luckily not too picky when it comes to eating. So they are bulk grazers. Ooh, a lot of tantrums going on this morning. But animals do need to move or have mini migrations, if there is no food or water in one specific area. Here at Okokoyo, we are lucky. It is a man-made water hole, so if it does dry up, the conservation management can actually fill it up. However, that being said, you try to limit that to a certain extent, as you don't want to interfere necessarily too much with the wild. But as I said, it is definitely possible, and I think a lot of the animals have learned by now, that for the most part there is water here. And you'll find that in a lot of areas as well, specifically your national parks, private game reserves, where they do have man-made water holes. I know my previous game reserve that I guided on, we had a water hole right in front of the lodge. Now, for aesthetic reasons, we always had it filled up, but it wasn't really necessary all that much. But I promise you, like clockwork, as soon as the bush became dry, we transformed over to winter. The animals instantly knew, like the rhinos and the elephants. They knew, okay, well, there's that one bar that always had good drinks, so let's head on over there. So the animals definitely do learn these things. Just like I'm sure many of you that have pets, if you take an hour longer to feed your pet sort of knows, listen, it's past dinner time. What are you doing? Why are you still working? Or why are you still lounging in front of the TV? They know. And of course, so do wild animals. They sort of learn these things, just like when they go on game paths. It's incredible when you look at an actual game path. The animals all follow it. No one tells them to. It's sort of just an instinctive thing that this game path will lead to water. And with migration, again, that can happen in areas like the Masai Mara, of course, but it also does happen in private game reserves, a place like Okokoyo, where the water does become very limited in a lot of the areas. And as I'm saying, I really am hoping for some rain, just for the animals' sake, because rain season generally is supposed to go from January up to April for this specific region. And we have not had a lot of rain. It was incredible to see how quickly, this area transformed with just a little bit of rain. But I'm hoping for the animals' sake that we definitely will get some more to carry us through the winter. Oh wow, look at this. More than 2 wildebeests at once. We have not seen this for quite some time. Wow, that is incredible. I am super, super happy about that. And as I say, it's most definitely due to the fact that a lot of the other areas in the park has run dry. And that is why I'm hoping that the animals will get some rain soon. But anyway, for now, I'm going to send you over to Ben and Igor, who's in Madikwe, so we can say good morning to them.
Welcome to Escape to Nature from Madikwe Game Reserve in the northwest province of South Africa, close to the Botswanan border. And we're starting the drive with a beautiful crowned lapwing who is wandering the banks of Columbang Dam up in the north of the reserve, looking for probably little termites, harvester termites being their favourite food, or other little arthropods that he can find scuttling around. He's just had a drink in a puddle, just over there on the right, just behind that little bit of elephant dung. We've had a lot of rain last night. Everything is rather saturated. The roads are a little bit wet and slippery this morning, but the animals are very happy, although they are now very spread out because of course they are not under such pressure to find everything. But we're hoping for a good day. We're sitting by the dam in the hope that something comes down for a drink, but there are puddles everywhere this morning, so we will have to see what graces us with its presence. But we have seen some wildebeest up here at the dam. We actually saw a corrie bustard a little bit earlier and a couple of jackals. So you never know what may come a-calling. But my name is Ben, and on camera I have got Igor with me. And we are eager to see what else we can find for you. Oh, I just saw a little shaft-tailed wider. Where did he go? So the beautiful bird with a long streaming tail just flew past. I hoped he had landed somewhere, but it seems he may have gone past. But currently this little crowned lapwing seems to be the most dominant feature of the landscape from things with a backbone point of view. But he also seems rather sedate now. Yeah, I had a drink, pecking sort of inadvertently at the ground every now and again. But everything got very, very wet last night. We had about 50 millimetres of rain, which for northwest province standards is a lot. So the ground is very saturated and a lot of these birds will be drying out. It is still gloomy and overcast, but the rain has stopped. So I think everything is just going to be taking it easy this morning. There isn't quite the pressure, of course, to get everything done in the early and the later hours of the day because of the heat. Oh, Genepi, that's very, very kind of you to say so. I'm not sure who paid you and how much they paid you, but I hope it was plentiful. But I'm very glad to hear it. Hopefully we can bring you some cool stuff. So it might be a little bit tough today, just in terms of the conditions, but there's always some interesting little things to be found if you look hard enough. And it's actually quite nice to sit and watch some of the things that we take for granted, like impalas and crowned lapwings and the drongos and the hornbills and things, and actually try and get a real window into their lives and understand what goes through their little bird brains and the things they have to do to survive out here. Normally, of course, we see these guys in flocks, but this one seems to be on his own today. Maybe they got separated after the rains. I would think they all just dashed. That's a mixture of rushed and dashed, in case you weren't sure. They dashed for cover last night, probably to get out of the rains, and maybe a lot of the sort of more established pairs and little flocks got separated last night. Very peaceful scenes up here at Madikwe. I think that today we might be focusing a lot on the bird life. But always nice to see the plover, always pretty much a guarantee at any established water source, these three-banded plovers. Lovely markings they've got as well. Beautiful little things, actually underappreciated, as are most of the smaller things in nature. Okay, but it seems that we do have some mammals on some of our other feeds. I believe Lisa has got some zebras at Ukakoye, so let's go have a look at those.
Thank you, Ben, and good morning to yourself and Igor. I hope you guys find lots today, and I hope you send some of your Ellie luck over to us today, so we can also have a chance, please. Yes, the zebras are still constantly coming. The wildebeest literally came for a quick drink and then they took off. But I'm happy to report that I counted about 4 calves amongst them. Of course, it could be more. They camouflage very, very well, the youngsters. Of course, they are much lighter color than the adults. And that is for a perfect camouflage, seeing that they are mostly diurnal, which refers to them being mostly active during the day. But as you can see, the zebras are just loving this. So as I mentioned, we are hearing a lot of chattering from the zebbies, and that is most probably the stallions that are sort of fighting with one another. However, that being said, it could also be the mares. So they do form harems where stallion will be, the leader of a couple of females, but for the most part, within a season, there will be like a first wife that gets preference and that gets mated with. It's not always the norm. Sometimes you could have more than just one foal in a harem. But with that being said, mares are of course females. And you are not going to like it if you don't get enough attention. So I know at least that would be the case if I was a zebra. So the mares even can fight with one another. And specifically with zebras, it's not just, kicking. And the other day we saw 2 of them trying to drown each other. Luckily it didn't last too long. But they also have an extra set of teeth in their mouth, which is called a tusher. And it's very interesting to see. I remember the one day we were creating a new road on my previous reserve that I guided on. And we were fortunate enough to come across a zebra skull and to actually see that those tushers, it is literally so sharp. So they do bite each other with that as well. And not just the adults. Sometimes you'll have a stallion that is also very, very aggressive towards a foal. It might be his own foal, or it might be a male that might be trying to take over a harem that is challenging another stallion. And often they will bite each other, they'll bite the foal. So it literally is like that one scene in Madagascar where the zebra Marty has that bite mark on his bum. But of course that is from Alex the lion. But a lot of the times you can actually see bite marks on them as well. Not necessarily from predators, but from one another, because they do get very feisty with one another. Ooh. That's very dramatic. It was a rather strange sound. It's always so fascinating. That is actually one of my favorite things to do on safari, is even if you are just observing general game, whether it's zebras or impalas, the noises that they make is just, especially during this time, because it is now the time where a lot of your plains game and your general game is going to go into fighting season and challenging one another, because of course after that comes establishing the harems or the herds, and then of course after that comes the baby making, the mating season. So then they will mate with the females, whether it's just one female like with zebras mostly, or with impalas, with all of the females. Oof, that must take a lot of energy. And then in summertime we'll have babies again. Jackie, good morning. You would like to know about the courtship display for zebras. So zebras, like a lot of your other animals, like a lot of your general game in particular, as I said, they'll be establishing the dominance, but that too can be very aggressive. Zebras, for me personally, in terms of mating, is very similar to rhinos. It's really, he almost like has to have her sign a contract, and there's a lot of negotiating going on, and then she throws a tantrum about something, and then she's got a headache and she's not in the mood, and then he eventually just throws a tantrum and says, listen woman, we need to make a foal now. It's happening. So as I mentioned, they do have those tushers. So even the stallions will bite the mares sometimes, which is again, you know, that's probably why I'm not an animal. There's a lot of these things that animals have to do and tolerate that I will just not stand for. No, won't work for me, but it works for them, luckily. So as I said, he'll sort of court her, and of course he will smell that she's an estrus, and then he will try to mount her, and depending on the lady, whether she's got a headache, whether she's in the mood, whether she's had a bad day, she'll play a little bit hard to get. Sometimes, you know, they'll just immediately allow it, but specifically with rhinos as well. If you do not know the courtship rituals of rhinos, please do go research some footage. It is super fascinating. I remember the first time seeing it, I was so not traumatized, but I was so shocked, because it really is an aggressive sort of situation. And there's a lot of negotiation going on during that time as well. And then eventually the male gets to mount her. But this has got to be one of my ultimate favorite animals. They really are just so incredible. And of course the baby zebras. Oh, who can resist a baby zebra? They've got to be one of the cutest things. So as I said, I don't know what we can expect today for Okukweo. So what we'll do as well, of course, you sending in your questions and comments. But I think every now and again we can throw a bit of a quiz out there as well. So I'm sure all of you by now know that zebras gestate for about 11-12 months. But I would like to know from you, what is the lifespan as well as the average body weight of a Burchell zebra? If you know. If you don't, of course, you know, we'll go into it and discuss it a little bit. But it's always so fascinating when you start to analyze these animals, specifically the ones you see every day. There's so many things we forget about them and sort of underestimate them on. Because specifically with your general game, they don't have a long lifespan like an elephant, for instance, or rhino even. So what is the lifespan and the body weight of a Burchell's zebra? Woo! These blacksmith lapwings are busy today. Woo! A lot of chattering going on, a lot of movement going on. That flock of birds we just saw bypassing, those were the blacksmith lapwings. Very beautiful birds indeed, and very common as well in most of our locations, I would say. Of course, we just saw the crowned lapwing in Madikwe, but the wattled and the blacksmith lapwing is a very common one throughout southern Africa. I know in a lot of cities as well, specifically where I live as well, you'll see them quite frequently as well. These guys are a little bit more, I don't even know if I should say that, but I want to say they're a little bit calmer than the wattled lapwings. I know on so many golf courses, the wattled lapwings specifically love to dive bomb people and defecate on them if they get too close to the eggs. But your blacksmith lapwings, they also have the eggs on the ground. We've had quite a few times here in Okukwea where we've had some really fascinating sightings with the banded mongoose that move around, that look for eggs, that really are looking for anything to eat, and the blacksmith lapwings do not tolerate it for 1 second. And of course that refers to the maternal love that we see in the wild. It really is so incredible. I know on Valentine's Day, Lauren specifically dived into, the types of love that you get in the wild. So of course you've got romantic, you've got maternal, and then you've also got the friendships, animals looking out for one another, like hyenas. I would say even like a lot of these general game, not that it's necessarily a conscious thing, but they definitely do, of course, let each other know. Even that call that we are hearing now from the zebras, as I said, that for the most part now is because they are fighting and establishing dominance and all of that. But they will also make that call as an alarm call if they spot a predator, like a lot of other animals as well. Impalas that do that, pah, pah, and kurus and nyalas that do the bark. And that not only lets the predator know, listen, I've seen you, you've been made. That also lets the other impalas or the other zebras know, listen, there's something around. And all of the other animals that are around that can be alerted. Oh, there's a baby zebra. They are just precious. And I'm sure I don't have to tell any of you, zebras all have their own unique stripe pattern. So when a foal is born, a female will just sort of separate herself from the foal a little bit, and she constantly sort of moves and stands in front of it, and that baby eventually knows that's my mom just by looking at the stripes, which again is, to this day, that will break my brain, because these animals first and foremost see just shapes and sizes and forms and shades. They don't see like we do. So if you are now just looking at black and white all around you, and that is all you have to know and get to know, I don't know. For me personally, I would get super confused. But that is why I'm not an animal. These animals are just so incredible. It's even when they are coming to a waterhole. If I was in a harem and I'm now all of a sudden surrounded by 60, 70, 100 zebras, I would most probably leave with the wrong harem. I would start chatting with someone and sort of get to know them and, what grass have you guys fed on today? And then by the time that I turn around, my harem would be gone and I would leave with someone else. But no, these animals do have pheromones, chemical signals that they give off, that they communicate with, but that is, that in itself is such a fascinating thing to me. Ooh, little zebra, please don't let someone drown you, or... Sorry. That in itself is, I wish I could actually pick up on those pheromones. If I had one wish in the world, it would be to either understand animals, like what they are saying, what they are communicating, or to actually be able to smell those pheromones. Because how incredible is it that that baby zebra knows, this is my mom. That baby elephant knows, this is mom, that is auntie, this is my group. And all of these zebras know, this is my harem, I'm leaving with them, I'm not going home with anyone else. Oh, and we've got an oryx, some of them pitching up as well. So if you missed it, my first question to all of you, of course, the gestation period of a zebra is about 11 or 12 months. But what is the Burchell zebra lifespan and their average body weight? And again, you don't have to be correct, you could just guess. I always find that the best, when we guess and then research it and see how far out we were or how close we were to actually getting the correct answer. One of my mentors, when I would go out on drive with him, I would ask him, a lot of questions. And he always had this really crappy way of responding, what do you think the answer is? And that used to infuriate me so much because I said to him, if I knew the answer, then I wouldn't be asking you. And he said, no, but I want to see what you think. Like, where's your mind at when it comes to thinking that way or thinking about that animal, or about that plant or flower or whatever we were discussing. And that really to me was, as I say, infuriating at the time, but now I have so much appreciation for it because it really does challenge you. Anyone can literally Google any answer. That is the easiest thing to do. but for myself as well. Someone threw a quiz at us the other day on anagrams, and I think it was black mamba, helmeted guinea fowl, and leopard tortoise. And I thought, I could use my anagram app, but I thought, let me try and figure it out first. And I think that is so important, specifically when it comes to animals and Mother Nature. Try to challenge yourself first and sort of see what you know on that animal and what you think and what you would guess. Because that is actually, and it's been proven, I read an article about it on the other day, it's been proven when your mind thinks about it first, or when your mind does not have an answer and tries to look for a solution, it's better as opposed to you just, Googling it and having the answer, because then it's not going to stick into your brain. And for me personally, I found that is very true. I don't know about all of you, but specifically when we as naturalists, we get these really out there questions, and you're like, I never thought about that, because we are so used to, discussing general things every day. And I'm sure all of you as well, whatever your career is, we tend to get into such a rut. You just discuss the same thing every single day. You do the same thing every single day. But when you go back to your study material, perhaps, and you reference back to that, there's so much things, or so many things that you have forgotten. I can promise you. I discovered this the other day with myself when we did a bit of studying from the Field Guide Association of South Africa manual. So see if you can guess first before you send through your answers. And then you can Google it, of course. It's a scary world we live in, actually. I think the youth of today has it so easy. When you have to do a project or something, you just jump on Google, quickly get your images and your information. I remember I had arts up till grade 12 in high school, and there were some really, really tricky topics we had to, do tasks on and projects and all of that. And I remember having to walk to the library and reading up about it. Yes, my father could Google it for me at work, but we didn't have Wi-Fi and all of that at our house where you could instantly just get the information. It didn't work like that. Nowadays, you can literally Google absolutely everything or research anything within seconds. The other day, my niece actually, she sent me a message on WhatsApp. Now, she's 8 years old. Can I please just say that before we carry on? And I promise you, she almost spelled better than I did. And I asked her, how do you spell so well? Do you go through the dictionary often? Or she said, what dictionary? And I think there's a lot of people, if you were to pick up a dictionary right now, would you know how it still works and how to look for words and the correct spelling and grammar? Because nowadays we just autocorrect everything, whether you are typing on your phone or on your computer. And that is what I love about what we do here. Because even every single day, I promise you, there's something new that I see every single day, whether it's here or in Djuma or in Madikwe with our other naturalists, or in Amakala, Kariga. Whether it's a behavior or call, or perhaps, a type of feeding method that animal does, this is the best way to learn for us. So if you look at these animals, what do you think the average body weight of a zebra is? How long do you think they live? Alrighty, well, perhaps Ben can also shed some light on the topic as he also has some zebras in Madikwe.
Well, thanks, Lisa. We also have zebras sort of joined us here at Columbang Dam, just sort of milling around in the background. We've got 2 or 3 individuals, but nothing's under a great amount of water pressure today. So we will see. Body size of zebras and life expectancy. Well, life expectancy I seem to remember being around about in the wild sort of mid-20s, I think, for a zebra, but I'm also going to have to double check that for you, Lisa. As I will do the weight, I can't remember off the top of my head, too many weights and gestation periods and shoulder heights going around in my head, so I'm having a flick through as we speak. If I can find the right page, I might be able to inform everybody of that. Let's have a look. Here we go. Okay, so maximum weight up to about 350 kilograms. Life expectancy, I'm not sure. Let's see if I can figure that out. But I'm going on the basis it'll be similar to a horse, so late teens, early 20s, and I would think in captivity probably a little bit more. But as we always say, out here in the wild, there's very much difference between how old a thing is going to get out here versus how old something is going to get if it's kept in captivity and doesn't have to worry about predators and gets a regular supply of food delivered to it and everything else. Because say out here, very rarely do things die of old age, except maybe the elephants, but that's more malnutrition than old age. Because as soon as you get a little bit older and you get a little bit weaker and you can't find food, then you're unable to evade predators, or you have to take unnecessary risks. And then, to be quite frank, you will get picked off by a lion or a leopard or a hyena or succumb to something else. That's life expectancy approximately 30 years. There we go, I've just found it. So 30 years, which seems like a lot for a zebra in the wild. I wouldn't be surprised if statistically it's a bit less in captivity. I could believe 30 years. But this little one here has got his whole life ahead of him or her, sticking close to mum on a gloomy and windy morning. Those tails will be working overtime today, so it's been very, or have been lots of flies.
We are offering our explorers another extraordinary Wild Earth experience. Leopard explorers and above stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at Amakhala Game Reserve, picturesquely situated next to Addo Elephant Sanctuary Park. Enjoy an authentic bush lodge experience in the luxurious Woodbury tented camp and feel the heartbeat of Africa on exhilarating safari drives. Sign up to be an explorer today and you might soon be off to the safari destination with Wild Earth.
his foot and plucked something off his foot and also ate it. So I think probably the ants are swarming a little bit and just harassing him. I don't know if you guys can see. He's moving too quickly and I can't see any obvious motion on the ground, so it's something quite small, but very plentiful by the look of it. See if he has to toss that head back. Say he, could be a she, or it has to toss that head back each time to manipulate it down that bill. Wants to be careful where he's walking as well. Where he's picking at is this thing called a paper thorn, which has these horrible little things that anybody who's ever walked barefoot out here will know paper thorns very well. Tiny little things, they get stuck in your toes and they get stuck in your feet, and they can be very, very painful. They're needle sharp, even though they're small. Dogs as well. You often see a dog hobbling and have to remove paper thorns from their pads if they walk through some of those. And they're one of the most irritating invasive weeds you'll come across. I remember during lockdown, I spent pretty much the best part of a solid week manually trying to take out all the paper thorns in my relatively small garden, trying to dig out the roots and everything else. And within 4 or 5 months, the garden was covered with them again. We don't like paper thorns. See that sort of spreading thing that he's fiddling with. You might even be able to see some of those little thorny bits on the right hand side of the screen. But with their scaly legs, they probably don't have to worry too much about the thorns, in fairness. But of course, the more you walk around in barefoot, the tougher the soles of your feet get, so. It is, Nancy. Yeah, I wish I could tell you for sure what he's eating, but I honestly can't see what he's got there. But I still think it's probably ants of some description. Just because he's pretty much systematically working its way around this little raisin bush. Oh, maybe we've had enough now. Ah, look, there's our shaft-tailed wider serenading us. These are beautiful birds. Look at those incredible tail feathers. Blowing in the wind. Sorry everyone, I just need to get on the radio. Morning Noel, it's Ben, standing by. Good, good. I'm just live at the moment. What can I do for you?
I'm up here for the training festival walking, and I thought it was exciting. Want to bump I can see you.
We're just watching the dam and watching some birds, so you're welcome to move through.
We're going to be in this area for the next couple of hours.
Copy. Sorry everybody, our shaft-tailed wilder has ducked down there, so it was just one of the other vehicles. There's somebody doing a walk here, so they thought perhaps we had a sighting and they just wanted to make sure that we weren't or that they weren't going to bump anything or disturb anything. Is he hiding right behind that log, Igor? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. It seems our birds do not want to be on camera at the moment, so I suppose we will go back to our zebras then. We've got a couple of black-smith lapwings over there on the left, if you see where the... Oh, what have you got? If you've got something, go. Ah, we've got our wider again. There he is. Yeah, so this is the male. Sorry everyone for a little distracted there. This is the male. The females are fairly nondescript in colour, and this male will turn nondescript during the non-breeding season. He'll lose all those beautiful tail feathers and those colorations and go back to being fairly sort of drab, browny, speckled colour. That's just so he's not so obvious to his predators. If there are no females, if it's not breeding season, there's no point standing out and being quite as beautiful as he is at the moment. He's looking for little grass seeds and things on the floor. More of a seed eater, this one. Oh, Joanne, there are so many to choose from. I'd say from a personal experience, I would say some of the fluff tails have eluded me. Those are a little bit like quails, I suppose, like chunky quails or something in between a quail and a franklin or a spurfowl. They are very, very difficult to find because they love the long grass, and they very, very rarely come into view. You do often hear them, particularly at night times or early mornings. They have these sort of quite booming calls, or booming is not really the right word, I don't know how to describe it. Sort of low frequency calls, I suppose. But they are very, 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 very hard to locate, and you can speak to many an avid birder and they'll say they're still looking for a variety of flufftails. We have about 4 or 5, I think 4 species in South Africa, a couple of which are quite endangered, so they're not seen very often at all anyway. But those flufftails, that's what pops into my head as being particularly elusive. Igor suggests a shoebill, which is probably a very good point as well, because they have a very specific habitat, and again, not very many of them around. Normally involves having to have a guide and traipsing off into some marshy, swampy areas for days on end in the hope of getting a glimpse of it. A little bit easier to find in terms of size, though. It's a big bird, a shoebill. But yeah, a lot of a mecca for many people's bird lists, one that I also don't have, but they don't occur in South Africa. You saw yours, was it Zambia? Yeah, so Igor was involved in trying to film some shoebills up in Zambia, and you said you were out for how long trying to find this thing?
Over a week.
More than a week, and you saw how many?
One.
So that was an entire week dedicated to try to track down this elusive bird, and they saw one in a week with a specialised guide who's supposed to know where they are. So yeah, shoebills can be very tricky. See, this male is shouting. I don't know if you saw earlier when he was feeding, there was another sort of nondescript thing in the foreground, which was a female shaft-tailed wider. So I think he's gone back up to his perch and he's showing off and singing to her now. She, on the other hand, does not look interested at all. She's fiddling around, eating. He's saying, "Look at me, I'm beautiful. Attention to me, attention to me." Sorry, dude, she doesn't look interested, but even with the wind wafting your tail feathers around, I'm afraid it's not working today. Yeah, didn't have a very successful Valentine's Day and a couple of days thereafter. But there's the female. So that's what the male will look like during the non-breeding season. Yeah, completely indifferent to his advances. He's trying very hard though, you might be able to hear him tweeting away. Nope. She's not interested, mate, I'm afraid. Give up. But this is their strategy. They'll sit on an exposed perch and sing and display with those feathers, and they have what's called a polygynous breeding strategy. So one male will mate with many females, so you don't get monogamous pairs like you do in a lot of birds. So he and other shaft-tailed widers will have their little areas. They will display like this, and the females will sort of go between one to the next to decide who they think has the best singing voice and the best feathers, and on that basis they will allow the male to mate with them. So you might find that one male doesn't get anybody because he's ugly, and then you might find that another male gets to mate with 20 females because he has a particularly wonderful singing voice and beautiful feathers. That's what we call a lecking behaviour, or an arena. So a male will have his sort of display area and try and attract females to him. Yolanda, well, that's a very subjective question, I would think, is the best courtship display, but they have some of the most elaborate. Certainly just think of things like peacocks, or those birds of paradise also spring to mind, because obviously with their incredible feathers, and they do their little dances, and very, very unique, and so again, sort of people try very, very hard to try and get photographs of that and end up sitting in hides for weeks and weeks in the hope of being able to capture that. But there are, of course, lots of other ones. Ones that also springs to mind is the jumping spiders. I think they have a lovely courtship display. So when a male and a female meet, the male will sort of wave at her and he'll do a little dance. And each species has its own unique dance to avoid sort of crossbreeding. Because they want to show the female that they're not food and that they are a potential mating opportunity. So every species communicates with its own unique dance, and there are over 50,000 recorded species of jumping spider. So they have a very diverse range of dance movements. And they also sort of shake their abdomens. There is one called a peacock jumping spider. Actually, doesn't occur in South Africa, but they've also got incredibly bright colours, and they kind of sort of extend their abdomen and sort of stick it up into the air, and they shake their booties, do a little bit of twerking. And it's all designed really to attract the females. So it depends what you like, I suppose. But there are many different courtship displays to be seen. But I think possibly we see the biggest change in terms of physical looks with birds. So to think that this guy is going to lose all of those beautiful feathers and go back to being fairly drab and brown and nondescript, and then again the following year he'll lose those feathers and regrow all of these incredible feathers. Certainly we don't see that really in animals. But remember, in most mammal species it's more about smell. Whereas birds, as they see it in colour, it's all about vision and being obvious to your opposite sex. There's our wider eluding us again. Some Egyptian geese have decided to join us in the dam, having a little raft around. Nice to see the dam so high after all the rain. For a post-Valentine's Day romantic cruise for two. Okay, so still not much mammalian activity here at Columbang Dam, but we've had some nice birds. Lovely to see those shaft-tailed whydahs doing their thing. We've got a couple of blacksmith lapwings we've just spied in the distance here as well. There they are. Also just having a bit of a groom drying off after all the rain. Right, we're going to see what else pops out at Columbang Dam. Let's send you back over to Lisa, who's monitoring Ukukuyu's waterhole.
Thank you, Ben. Yes, it has been super busy. The zebras are, of course, still constantly coming and going. There's been wildebeest, there's been impala, there's also been springbok and oryx, so it really is becoming very busy here again. And again, I'm sort of torn on how I feel about that, because it really is, of course, for us, it's a bonus when we see this many animals. Calm down. Goodness. No fighting in the waterhole. Take it outside. But it really is wonderful for us to see this many animals. You know, it's visually stimulating. We can see a lot of interactions between different species. Oh, swallow, good morning. But it's, as I say, the reserve definitely, or the park definitely needs water. And yes, in terms of vegetation for the animals, they definitely will need more food for the rest of the season. Of course, for now we are still fine, but you can't just look at short term. But all of that being said, these animals are so resilient. Something like this oryx, for instance, that we see at the bottom left of your screen. Beautiful antelope, and of course the national animal for Namibia. But those animals in particular are also very resilient. They are made for climates like this, areas like this, where it's dry, not a lot of food, not a lot of water around. But all of these animals really are resilient in terms of how they can adapt, how they can survive. Again, you know, this region in specific is filled with nutrients and minerals, so that does contribute to, you know, help the animals. Whereas when you look at Djuma, for instance, Djuma is now currently full of flowers and berries and fruits and leaves and all of the green things. Whereas here, the animals rely on something different. So it's, as I say, I'm a little torn. I want rain for the animals. But I think with all of the activity we've been seeing, you know, all of the visits we've been getting again from the animals, it definitely has been great to see this many animals all at once. It's probably been a good month and a half. I even want to lean towards 2 months, where this particular waterhole was very quiet. Not dry, it still had water, but of course, you know, the animals were no longer limited to just come here. They had a lot of water, a lot of vegetation and everything throughout the whole park. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see, you know, if we do get rain again, what will happen. Oof, that mare is super pregnant. That one that just got out of the water. Oof, she was bulging on the sides. Zoe, you would like to know how deep is this water hole? I myself have not stood in it yet. Hopefully I can this year. No, I don't think they'll allow me to do that. But to give you more or less an idea, Zoe, earlier last year, I think it was around October, we had a black rhino in this waterhole, and it went to the complete middle of the waterhole, and it was still not completely submerged. You can see even the zebras, they definitely are also not completely submerged, and they come quite deep. Even these two that we see, the two individuals, you know, they are quite deep in. So it's not that deep, Zoe. But it is, you know, of course, deep enough for the animals for now. And if need be, they can fill this water hole. But again, it's definitely, I'm looking forward to the next 2 months to see if we get rain, and secondly, to see what's going to happen to the waterhole. Because that being said, you also don't want to constantly fill a waterhole, but if the animals have no other resources to go to, it does definitely benefit the animals. But you also sort of want to control the area that's being trampled constantly by animals coming. But that being said, with all of the rocks and everything that you take into consideration, it's not that much vegetation that gets trampled. So it's definitely very interesting. For me personally, I've never worked in a region that had vegetation and biomes and really just overall the landscape and topography and geography of this area. I've mostly worked in areas like Djuma, where it's bushveld, it's lush. Specifically my previous reserve that I guided on, in the olden days, one section of it actually used to be fruit and vegetable farms. So that this massive section which we called the plains, and it was so interesting to see, you could still sort of see the rows where obviously fruits and vegetables did grow, but to see that there are now living, and not just living and surviving, but thriving animals that, carry on, do their thing. So this definitely is a new experience for me as well. I've also guided in the Waterbergs, which is it's got bushveld as well, but it actually had one massive mountain running through it. So we had a lower escarpment and we had an upper escarpment, and even the vegetation between the escarpments were really, really vast. But in terms of Okukoyo in itself, this type of location, this is definitely a first for me, and I am, as I say, learning every single day. And again, just seeing how incredible Mother Nature is. Look at these springbok, even they are still feeding on what seems to us like nothing, but they know the rhythms, the tubes, everything. There's still some nutrition in that. You have to get as much as you can, because you don't know when the next rain will come. Oh, just look at that one. What a good cool off. Sam, you would like to know, do zebras kick to fight off predators, if I'm not mistaken? That was your question. Yes. So zebras can be very tenacious. I actually did a very fascinating blog on a zebra. I think it happened in Kruger. It was either Kruger or Greater Kruger on a private game reserve. But there was a zebra, and of course with its harem they came to drink water, and the next thing a crocodile grabbed the zebra by its nostrils. Now in that case, there's not a lot that the zebra can do in terms of kicking the crocodile, because you can just imagine that jaw on that nostril is going to be quite the fight. But believe it or not, the zebra actually got away and survived because he was able to drag the crocodile out of that waterhole. And crocodiles don't like being exposed on land unless they are either laying eggs or sunbasking. But for the most part, specifically in your drier seasons, they'll wait in the water to ambush their prey, like this crocodile was obviously planning on doing. But this zebra, again, he sort of dragged the crocodile out of the water, and eventually the rest of them also not kicked, but sort of trampled the ground all around the crocodile. And then eventually he gave up and retreated back into the water. But with something like a lion or a leopard or something like that, kicking will definitely be the defense mechanism, yes. But all of that being said, you have to take circumstances in. You have to consider that. You have to think about where the animal is attacking from. Are they going straight onto the back? Are they going for the throat? How many predators is it? Of course, if it's just one lion or pride of lions, there will be different angles that they attack from. But for the most part, all of these animals will do whatever they can to try and get rid of the predator, whether it's kicking or using their horns like the oryx or the springbok. They really will, at that moment, it is escape or die. So with zebras specifically, if they have the right vantage point, they can definitely, yes. My very first reserve that I guided on, there was a female lion that made the very brave decision of trying to take on a zebra by herself. And luckily the zebra got in well, not so luckily for the female, but the zebra got a kick in and it actually dislocated her whole jaw. And sadly, eventually that female died of starvation because, of course, she couldn't do anything with her jaw. So from time to time, they do get away and they do get a good kick in or two. But other times, it's just not enough, especially if you have a pride of lions.
When was the last time you caught your breath? When were you last truly amazed? When last did you marvel at the wonder of nature? Wild Earth Epic Animal Encounters. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Woo. We are very, very, very vocal today, but I love it. It's just so incredible to hear all of the birds, from the swallows to the lapwings, to the geese, to the crows, and of course the zebras being very vocal today. But I've just been observing these springbok. It's incredible to see how quickly these lambs are also growing. Again, you know, we do find that with a lot of animals. Specifically your animals that could become happy meals to predators. They need to grow fast. They need to learn quickly. You know, they need to get their street smarts as soon as they can. But with a lot of the lambs, I'm almost struggling to differentiate between the adults and the lambs. In the beginning, it was still very easy. You know, they would just sort of lie down and camouflage very well. And then every now and again, you would see a teeny tiny thing moving with the springbok. But now you can see the lambs are already feeding along with the adults doing their thing. But we have not seen an oryx calf in quite some time, which I hope we'll get to see very soon again. And just to remind everyone, of course, this week we are celebrating love and Valentine's and all of the romantic things. Not only romantic, of course, you know, all of the loving friendships that we see with these animals as well. So please do remember to join our naturalists on the sunset safaris from the 14th to the 18th. Where we will be discussing some animal courtship, mating, relationships that we see in the wild. So of course we are ready for the love bugs and the cuddle puddles. And it really has been so incredible so far, you know, even if you don't actively see mating behavior or anything like that. As I say, this scene in itself already has so many relationships, symbiotic relationships, maternal relationships, from the zebra foals to their mothers. A lot of the birds, you know, that are moving along with the animals as they are disturbing some insects for them. Those birds are of course getting food, the animals not being bothered. That is a symbiotic relationship, specifically the commensalism. So we really would love for you to join us on Sunset Safari. I think it will definitely be another good one today, tomorrow, as well as Saturday. And it has been very good so far, I personally think. I've also been watching it. And there really is so much that we can learn from all of these animals. And from Mother Nature and the ecosystem, of course. Mr. Brown, good morning. Thank you so much for your question. So no, unfortunately we don't have buffaloes in Okukweo. We do, however, have the rest of the big five: the leopard, the lion, the elephant and the rhino. Buffaloes is the exception. They won't really thrive in an area like this. Of course, buffaloes are predominantly grazers. And so you can see there's not a lot of grass around for them. But they are also very selective grazers. Which again is interesting when you analyze the whole situation, because of course earlier this morning we did see some blue wildebeest, which is also a selective grazer. But with buffaloes, they don't really thrive in this area, no. They prefer bushveld like we see in Djuma and Pridelands. A lot of those more lush and dense areas where they can survive. But you never know. Perhaps we look at this location in 20 years and they've got buffaloes here. Perhaps we look at Djuma in 20 years and there are no buffaloes left. Buffaloes is unfortunately one of those very tricky animals to actually have on your reserve, which is why it's such an expensive animal when you are trading them. Legally, of course. But it's probably one of the most expensive animals out there on the actual market, you know, when you are perhaps introducing buffaloes on your reserve. And the reason for that is they are very sensitive animals. They get diseases quite easily, diseases like foot and mouth, bovine disease, TB, and when they do get that, it spreads rapidly throughout the herd. So if you've got one buffalo with a particular disease, it definitely is going to be problematic, because if you've got lions on that reserve as well, you know, lions could potentially catch that buffalo and then also get contaminated, unfortunately. But no, Mr. Brown, to get back to your question, we don't have buffaloes here. But again, we never know what the future holds. And that is the one thing for me, you know, I preach about this a lot, but that is, it really is the scary thing for me, you know, not knowing what will be here in 10 years. As well as Kruger, as well as the Masai Mara, and so many other wonderful places, not just in Africa, but all over the world. I'm sure many of you that live abroad, all of your animals as well that might be endangered or might be close to endangered. It's quite scary to think, you know, what will happen in 10 years, specifically if we study and analyze humans, how we are just rapidly reproducing and creating infrastructure by the day and really just taking over. So we shall see what happens in the future, but for now, no buffalo in Okukweo. And if you've just joined us and you are wondering what is making all of that noise in the background, I know it sounds like a dog. I initially also thought, someone's doggy is on the loose. It is not dogs. There we go. Thank you, zebras, for displaying. The zebras are very, very rowdy right now. So that is them actually calling that whoop, 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 whoop. Those are zebras. And it is particularly the stallions now. There's a lot of dominance now with harems being created. Oh, goodness. Can't we all just get along? But no, there is unfortunately a lot of aggression amongst them right now, with the stallions fighting with one another for dominance over harems. But it also can be mares. You know, as soon as harems are established, then a female gets picked or chosen to be mated with. She's like the first wife for the season. And a lot of mares get quite feisty with one another as well. Ooh, there we go. There you can actually see how deep the water is in the middle. Becky, you would like to know what animal was the hardest to study during my guiding tests? That's an interesting question. I've actually never thought about that. Mm, well, I don't really, in terms of animals, I don't really find any of them difficult. Um, because I have to say, I've always been in the mindset, even before I started studying, I've always been in the mindset of not putting animals in boxes. So, yes, they've got an average lifespan and body weight and gestation period and all of that, but Birchill zebras in Okukoyo are not going to do the same as Birchill zebras in Juma. And even, some of these zebras might be different to some of the zebras in the rest of the park. So with animals as such, I wouldn't say I don't struggle. I just think it's good to always have an open mindset with them, and just to remember that we can always learn something new about them, which is definitely what I love about animals. In terms of what was the hardest, I think probably the hardest division or subject that I struggled to actually get into when I started studying field guiding was weather, and probably in the beginning trees. And the reason for that was, so just to give you background, I never went to a training school or anything like that. I studied in my free time whilst I was doing something else, and then every free second I had after work and before work, I went on safari with the rangers and really just got into it that way. And so as soon as I actually went out, and did the practicality about everything, the animals, the trees, the flowers, astronomy, all of that, then you really get into it. But in the beginning, I did struggle with those two, weather and trees. But then it became easier, just like anything else in life. The more you put into it, the more you're going to get out of it. So I would definitely suggest, if you are ever keen on learning something that you don't think you will have an interest in, for instance, like birding, that is probably one of the best things to get into when you are a wildlife enthusiast. Starbuck, good morning. Oh man, I wish all of you could send us voice notes so I could have heard that. I think the naturalist that does it best at Wild Earth, from what I know, is Rolf. In terms of the zebra call, the best I can do is whoop 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 whoop. Ah. That's about it for me. So, but that's what they do, D. Max. D is telling me that I sound like a horse. So Starbuck, you and I both struggle. Don't stress. It is not an easy animal to imitate like a hyena or jackal or lion. You need a certain pitch for that. But definitely very interesting. And keep practicing. You never know. You might get there. Luckily, they are very vocal, and we can we can have a lot of examples, as I'm sure you've heard, from the very high pitch to just the normal whoop 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 whoop. But my mom would probably laugh at me too, Starbuck. Don't stress. That being said, she'll probably just look at me and say, you need more friends. Or you need to get out more, something. That really is the one thing for me. I communicate better with animals than I do with humans. You see, Starbuck, that one sounds like a bark and a zebra intertwined, like a woo, just look at them go. We should actually, we should do that. Like with a horse racing, we should have zebra racing and put bets on them. Especially during this time, where they are very rowdy and aggressive with one another, chasing each other around, kicking and trying to drown each other. It's really been vicious out here. No, but it's all normal. It's part of their behavioral displays when it comes to this time of the year. Londa, good morning. You would like to know if we were able to communicate with animals, would our lives be easier? Well, I can't speak for the rest of the world, but I definitely can speak for the animals. Yes. Because they would tell us to stop our nonsense, to pick up our litter, to stop polluting the air that they have to to breathe in as well. And they would literally tell us, help us help you. And I really think, I think that's so true. It would make life easier, but of course, everything in life is not just a given and that easy and straightforward and simple. But if we ourselves can just, sort of put ourselves in their shoes or in their hooves or paws or whatever the case is, I think we definitely would already have a better understanding and a more in-depth way of thinking in terms of considering them with every single thing that we do. Whether it's littering, whether it's going to national parks. I know the one thing for me that really infuriates me, I know Tosha doesn't have that big of a problem, but I know a lot of national parks in southern Africa, you know, they really thrive on, of course, making money for the park, etc. And that goes towards, you know, maintaining the roads and investing in the animals, etc., etc., etc. But a lot of the times when you do go to these national parks, for instance, I myself have only been to Kruger National Park twice in my life, which is quite shocking. But a lot of the times, you know, you get to those places and it really is super overcrowded, and that is not necessarily the national park's fault. A lot of the times, you know, people aren't thinking about, perhaps we should give these animals some space, or perhaps I shouldn't be trying to count the elephant's eyelashes or the lion's whiskers on its face by getting that close. And that is why I always encourage people, you know, if you can, always rather go on safari the first time. Of course, you know, if it is possible for you, try and go on safari the first time with someone that is either qualified or experienced. Because people really do have a misconception, specifically people, you know, that are going to a park for the first time or a reserve or whatever the case is, and thinking they can get out of the vehicle, or, as I said, driving up to the animal. And a lot of the times those animals react and we don't always understand why. But Londa, if that elephant could tell you, listen, I've warned you 3 times now, if you come any closer I am going to attack your vehicle and I am most probably going to push it over, then we'll definitely will be way better off. But again, you know, how sad to think that we have to be able to be told, no, don't do that, that a lion is getting irritated with you, or no, don't do that, that animal's not comfortable with what you're doing, or no, please don't litter, pick up your things even if it doesn't belong to you. That bird that is constructing its nest is not going to ask, sorry, who dropped their straw, or who dropped their piece of paper, or whatever the case is. So I definitely think our lives would be better, Londa. But unfortunately it is not that simple, which is why we should start using our own initiative and really start to focus on what it is that we can do better. Even if it's, as I've said many a times, even if it's just creating awareness, telling people about, you know, how important it is. I actually visited my mother yesterday, and I told her about some of the interactions I've had with all of you and the discussions we've gone into, and she was so fascinated. And I told her, Mom, you and I have had these discussions and you've just sort of been oblivious to it. Not oblivious, but like sort of had your own opinion, as we all are entitled to. And she said, no, but I never thought about it that way. And sometimes we really just need a different perspective, or need a new angle to look at things. But there's a saying, a very, very good saying in Afrikaans. Jy kan die perd by die water bring, maar jy kan hom nie maak drink nie. Which means you can bring the horse, or in this case the zebra, to the water, but you're not going to force it to drink. So that's why I always say, just do you. Do the best you can every single day in your everyday life. Try to spread awareness or even create awareness. But we can only do so much. We can't force people to love animals and to appreciate them and to look after them. But all of that being said, we can try. We should never, ever, ever stop trying. Tina, thank you so much for your question. We really love hearing from all of you. You would like to know where can we find the grand zebra in Africa? So it's one I particularly don't have a lot of experience with. But from what I know, generally you can find them in grasslands, savannas, open country of Africa. So, for instance, southern Sudan, Ethiopia, south central Angola, and then eastern South Africa. But again, it's not something you will find in this region or really in any of our locations. It'll be a little bit more north of actual southern Africa. Over here we've got the Burchell zebra, for what we see mostly. But it is a good question, as I say, out of sight, out of mind. We tend to forget about a lot of the animals we don't see. I personally have not narrated on a lion for really, really long, because we have not seen lions. I've personally never seen a leopard or cheetah here, but they do occur here in Etosha. But in terms of something as straightforward as a lion, we have not had a lion sighting in a really long time here. And that could be for various reasons. I do think, if the rain holds off and the animals continue to come here, the lions might visit sometime again. But again, it really does depend on the rain, on the animals' movement, of course. I have no idea where the lions are currently, so I wouldn't even be able to tell you more or less, are they close to us? Is there a chance for us to see them? Mr. Brown, you would like to know what is the difference between a gazelle and a springbok. So both of them are antelopes. If you go research them, they look very, very, very similar. The gazelle is much faster though, but both of them are vegetarian. Again, if you go research them, there's a lot of similarities, specifically with their looks. But in particular, springbok has mostly a white face in terms of markings. The gazelle has a lot more markings, I would say, on the face. Gazelles have more pointier horns. They are a little bit smaller than springbok. Not a massive difference though in terms of size. And yes, but as I say, furthermore, both are antelope. One is just a little bit faster. Both are vegetarian in terms of actual markings. They do have a lot of similarities in terms of their actual looks. But they both are antelope. Just like a lot of people, tend to confuse kudus and inyalas. But as soon as you actually see the two and you can compare the color difference, the variations when it comes to the horns for the bulls. But purely because of the stripes, people tend to confuse them. The same with gazelle or the Thompson's gazelle and springbok. Just because of those actual markings, they do share a lot of similarities. Lenny, good morning. So good to hear from you. You are saying the Abdom storks returned yesterday. That's wonderful. I knew they would be back. As I say, they particularly follow the rain. And I do not believe that the rain has completely left us in Okukuyo. If it has, it will be very sad, but I don't think so. We still have hopefully a good 2 months at least 2 months to look forward to. So, but the Abdom storks, they'll move around. They are not, a lot of people tend to believe they are like the marabou storks that feed off carcasses and things. They do not. They feed off insects and mollusks and things like that. So they'll actually follow the rain, get the critters that are coming out of the soil. And there's most probably not enough food here for them now. So maybe when it rains, they'll return once again. Hopefully we'll also get a glimpse of them today. That really will be brilliant. But all of that being said, I do too wonder that the zebras might not be deterring them. Because, of course, they do fly around and they scout the areas or the water holes that they want to come into for landing. And I think if there's a lot of activity going around, they're probably like, no, perhaps not today. But you never know. If it's just a few of them, but like we saw, a couple of days ago, if it is a flock of literally 1,000 of them, then it makes things a little bit tricky. But that will be a very interesting interaction to see, if you have a massive flock like that, and you have a massive aggregation like this of all of the animals, what the interaction will be. Will the animals make way, or will the birds sort of just rather avoid the area? And again, it's all about the relationships between these animals, because even though, oh, hi baby, even though they have no problem with one another in terms of being threatened by each other, having to worry that, this animal will eat me or anything like that, it all is all about sharing. So sharing the water hole, just like all of these animals as well. Last year we saw when elephants arrived to the scene, all of the animals make way. They don't leave the area, they just sort of give way for all of the large animals, and then they come back when the elephants are done. But like this, all of the animals, you see, I so badly want to see elephants. All of the animals are able to share this water hole. But what will happen if a massive flock of storks come down? That will be very interesting to see. Victoria, you are saying it is so amazing to see just how peaceful all of these animals are and how they coexist. And it really is incredible when you think about it, hey? Specifically when you've got a big aggregation like this of so many species. I mean, we've got impala, springbok, zebras, oryx. Earlier on we had some wildebeests as well. And, that's just the mammals. If you look at the birds, we've got the Egyptian geese, the blacksmith lapwings, the crows. All of these animals just sort of do their own thing, enjoy the space together. Well, the zebras are trying, but they're not really succeeding. They are very, very feisty with each other today. But yes, definitely all of these animals just being able to share all of this. And again, it's definitely better for them. It's beneficial for everyone, because if there is danger, if anything is happening, they can communicate with one another and tell, "Hello, we've got a lion around," or something is happening, whatever it is, and they can all really tell it. Ooh, goodness. Victoria thinks you are all peaceful and now you are doing this nonsense. Now, of course, there has to be a little bit of dominance every now and again. And I really do hope we'll also get to see some eland one of these days, seeing that it is becoming a little bit more dry again. I've only at my time here, or during my time here at Okukoyo, monitoring all of these beautiful animals, I've only seen eland twice. Which again, that's a common occurrence in some of our other locations, specifically in the Eastern Cape. But for me, I remember the first time I actually saw them here, I nearly had everyone in FC deaf. I was very excited. Oof. These oryxes are a little bit feisty with each other. I really can. I know we've been hearing this all morning, but I really can listen to it all day. And can you just imagine what goes on out here? Because they're not all saying the same thing. There's different things being discussed, as I say, during that time. Ooh, apologies for the lesser spotted Homo sapien in the background. It's just the conservation management. But you know, some of these zebras, as I say, those are stallions that are viciously fighting it out. It might be mares that are perhaps having a bit of a fight over the attention of a harem. I know that definitely would not work for me. Even impalas, you know, having that many females around you and you all share the one same man. But specifically with the zebras, just hoping, ooh, perhaps this season will be my time to be first wife. No. I'm too selfish for all of that. But again, there's all of these various relationships that we see amongst these animals that they share. Alrighty, I'm going to send you over to Nick, who apparently has a surprise for us. Dee, I'm going to be very upset if it's an elephant, but I definitely want that for our viewers. So let's go to Kariga.
Good morning from Kariga Game Reserve. And I'm so glad that you could join us here. We do indeed have a beautiful surprise for you. We have managed to find the dominant coalition of male lions. And the second brother is literally about to come and join this one. We might see a bit of grooming here. Wow, look at that. That is amazing. So I might have forgotten, in the excitement of these males joining in, I might have forgotten to introduce myself. So I'm Nick, I'm going to be your photo naturalist for today during our escape to nature here at Kariga. So this second male who's just come to join, he has been under quite a thick bush. And he's just come over just to reinforce and strengthen those bonds between the two. Remember, they are brothers. And further across to my eastern horizon, there is what looks like a big bank of cloud and rain coming in. So we may potentially see these males starting to move off to find some better shelter. Wow. Absolutely incredible. Johnny D, boom shakalaka, you've been listening to some of my sayings. 100%. I mean, what has it been? Sort of 30 seconds or a minute of escape to nature here at Kariga. And we've managed to get lions bonding with each other, lions yawning, showing us their teeth. And you can really see how lucky we've been with that second male lying down at the back. You can see how we can actually barely see that he's there. So it's amazing that we've got this second individual sitting up for us. So we are on the ridge line of a big open clearing, and these males have moved an incredible distance from where we know they were last seen. They've probably moved a good, I'd say 4 kilometers, 5 kilometers overnight. Remember, we have had a lot of rain overnight, so a little bit tricky in terms of finding where these guys have been moving, because remember, a lot of rain will wash their tracks out. But you can see how this male's starting to put his head down a little bit with the rain starting to come in. But look at that mane. It is thick, it's beautiful, and he is just in great condition. So in terms of the area where these males have come from, remember we said they've walked 4 or 5 k's. They did have a kill in that area. They had a large size kill. I didn't get to see what it was. Potentially a kudu or something big like an eland. Very surprised if this male does stay where he is. The rain is really starting to come in now. Remember, with this rain, in terms of your photography, if you can get a dark background, slow your shutter speed right down and you can get that movement of the rain. But for now, I think we're going to send you across to Lisa in Okukuyo.
What an awesome sighting. You did that framing perfectly, Nick. But yes, unfortunately we can control a lot, but when it comes to Mother Nature and weather and everything that happens, we cannot always control it all. So hopefully the rain holds off for a little bit just so we can spend time with those lions. But what an incredible sighting. Those have got to be some of the prettiest male lions I've seen in my life. And I'm not just saying that. They really are. I remember the first time you had them for us on Escape to Nature, my jaw literally dropped because they are so majestic. They really are 2 beautiful males. Now, just in terms of that male lion that is collared, I know many of you probably wonder why. So specifically on your private game reserves, you'll have conservation management and a team that actually, makes the executive decisions for the well-being of animals. Whether it's, some areas that dehorn their rhinos or some areas that actually chip their animals, or in some areas that you have animals that have collars. Specifically, you'll have it with endangered animals like cheetahs, so they can follow that species and make sure they are getting fine. But specifically in Kariga, there's not a lot of lions. So just having the trackers on them, especially just on the one, you can definitely sort of keep track of their movement and their patterns and all of that, again just to make sure that you have made sure that you really ensured that that animal is fine. In an area like Kariga, there's not a lot of lions, as I mentioned, so you do sort of just want to track them every now and again. It's not to say that they send Nick the locations and say, yes, the lions have fun, have at it. That is not at all the purpose for that. And believe me, I personally can testify to that. My very first official, my very first official job that I had, I was 18 and I was an administrator for the game management department of the reserve. And so our job literally, apart from, grading roads and making sure there are no alien vegetation on the reserve, etc., 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 one of our biggest jobs every single day is we had to find every single elephant and every single rhino. No one clocked out or went to bed or anything if we did not find all of the animals every single day. And the reason for that is, as I mentioned, there was a lower escarpment and an upper escarpment. And there was unfortunately a lot of poaching. I don't know what it's like now. I haven't really kept up with the reserve. It has been a good 12 years ago. But the reason for that is just to make sure that none of the animals have been poached. But what I'm getting at is, of course, I had the intel every single day, because whether I was out myself assisting as well in terms of locating the animals, or I was in the office and the teams would call me and say, we found Gumboots, which was a very we just had that name for him. It was a rhino bull, but he loved walking in mud, so he always seemed like he was wearing gumboots. So they would tell me, okay, well, we found this rhino. Just for our own identification purposes, we had that. So I had all of that intel in my little black book. And I remember often, especially when I started studying field guiding as well, a lot of the rangers, would sort of take chances with me. Then after work, when I go on safari with one of them, they'll tell me, where were the elephants today? Where were the rhinos today? And I had to be so hush about it. I was not allowed to tell them because, that takes the fun out of it. And again, that is not what trackers and chips and all of that is for. That is purely for the conservation management of a reserve specifically, to know that that animal is okay, especially if it's been a newly introduced animal. You do just want to make sure that the progress is good, they are hunting fine, they are eating well, just to make sure they are safe and sound and living their best life in the wild.
Wild Earth is looking for unique wildlife sightings filmed by you. They can be old or new, from anywhere in the world, and filmed on a camera or on your phone. In return, we will give you cash, an opportunity to win a prize, and a chance to see your clip on TV with your name in the credits. It's easy. Head over to wildearth.tv/content to find out more.
Ooh, some of these mares are heavily pregnant. And I always find it so interesting, specifically here at Okokoyo as well, you know. You would think that animals would rather want to be hidden. But then if you delve into it a little bit more, it's probably a massive advantage when you are in an open area like this. Yes, you are much more vulnerable. However, that being said, you can see very far away and around you when a predator does approach, as opposed to, you know, Djuma, you never know when a leopard is lurking about or under a shrub, or lion is chilling under a tree just keeping its eyes on you. But all of that being said, I wonder where the animals give birth. Like the springbok have given birth, if they have a preference, you know, do they rather go into the tree line, or do they do it out here in the open? But I think, you know, my interpretation and my common logic tells me that they'll probably do that a little bit more hidden. Because then it's, I guess it goes both ways. So now I'm having a bit of an internal conflict about this. Because at night time, yes, then they don't see as well as the predators. So being in an open area like this, giving birth to something that says, meh, that predator is immediately going to hear it. But being in the actual bush or the tree line, again, you could at any moment be pounced by a leopard or a lion or something like that. And if you are just joining us, thank you so much for tuning into Escape to Nature, and welcome to the beautiful Okokoyo in Namibia. My name is Lisa, and I am the waterhole naturalist, keeping an eye on the Djuma Dam Cam as well as our beautiful Okokoyo waterhole. And it has been a rather fascinating day, with the zebras being the stars of the show today in terms of visually but also audibly. They are very, very vocal today. And there's a lot of communication going on between them. But we've really had such an amazing day so far. It really has been peaceful. We had a brief but beautiful sighting of lions, 2 male lions with Nick and Kariga. Unfortunately, it is raining, so hopefully we'll get a view of them again. And we've also spent some time with Mr. Ben and Igor in Madikwe with some zebras. They had a beautiful wide-eye, a hornbill. So it really just has been a day of appreciating and focusing on the smaller things. From the birds to the calls to everything else that we've been witnessing here at our various locations. And this is what Escape to Nature is all about. But as we are watching these beautiful animals around this waterhole, all of this is happening live in Namibia right now. So please, if you have any questions or comments or suggestions, please do send them through. I really would love to hear from you. And this is what it's all about, you know, any safari really. Asking questions, not only, you know, me answering them, but if you have any questions or quizzes that you would like to put out there for me, you are definitely more than welcome to send them through. Or perhaps you have a personal question, you are more than welcome to also ask me that. I'm not at all a closed book. I'll be more than happy to ask or answer anything that you would like to know. But it has been such a beautiful day. And I'm so grateful for all of the activity that we've had at this waterhole. But as I say, I am secretly also hoping for the animals' sake that we get some drastic rain again. But I think let us just take a minute or two and just listen to everything that's going on. But while we are also waiting for the animals, I would love to hear from all of you what you did for Valentine's. If it's something that you celebrate, I know a lot of people don't celebrate it. But since we are in the week of love, perhaps you just went out for dinner with a friend. Perhaps you did nothing. I'm always very interested in learning about you guys as well. Of course, you are viewers, and without all of you, none of this is possible. And we chat every day, so I would love to know what you did for Valentine's. Again, if you did in fact celebrate it. A lot of people don't believe in celebrating specific days, and that is perfectly fine. These animals have no idea what Valentine's Day is, and what Christmas is, and what Thanksgiving and all of that is. Sal Messi, good morning. Thank you for your question. You would like to know are the rocks made of clay or minerals? So this, just to give you a bit of background, this is the largest salt lake in Africa. And so all of the rocks we see is calcrete. And so that refers to all of the salt, the minerals that we find in these rocks, which is of course a massive advantage and contribution to the animal's success here. When it does get very dry, there's not a lot of tubes and rhythms and grass and all of that around for the animals. They can still feed off of the actual rocks. Not necessarily chewing them, but you'll see them from time to time licking them. I personally am looking very forward to the peak of winter, which will be around May, because I only started with Wild Earth officially around September, October. And so I have not yet seen the season where it is completely dry. The animals are just relying on that factor in itself. So I definitely think it's going to be a very interesting time for us, winter. And also, again, as I say, the next 2 months to see how much more rainfall we'll get, because we have not gotten a lot at all. So I'm still anticipating if it's going to be a very dry season or just an average dry season. But this is the type of climate that you'll find in these sort of biomes. It's very dry, it's very vast, very open. And yet we see all of this life around here. My mom and I, as I mentioned, I visited her yesterday, and she was also referring to when she visited this particular place 2 years ago. And she said when she arrived, she was not at all impressed. She literally said to her friend, are you sure there are animals here? And as they sat and they watched the waterhole, I remember her sending me photos of a pride of lions and elephants and black rhino. And I was so envious. So there really is so much life all around this park, but particularly this waterhole that we get to observe and monitor. It really is a treat every single day. But as I say, I'm yet to see many things. The bat-eared fox, the flamingos, a leopard, a cheetah. When I look at these oryxes, I always think of a blog I wrote last year of an oryx and a honey badger that fought in the Kalahari. And it was a very, very, very interesting sighting. I remember when I initially saw the photographs, I immediately, wanted to know the story, and I got in touch with a person and asked them, listen, what happened here? And it was literally, as we all know, honey badgers don't back down for anything. And this honey badger just kept persisting to harass this oryx. And eventually the oryx sort of shoved him. And the honey badger came back and he kept on, not backing down. And the oryx decided, all right, that's enough. And he threw the badger through the air. But the photograph that guy got, his name is Dirk Tron, but it was phenomenal. It was literally one of those right time, right place, once in a lifetime sightings. And then after that, the badger persisted to harass a jackal. I'm not sure who started the fight there, the jackal or the badger. But then he, still fought with the jackal after that as well. And it really is so incredible when you look at all of these animals. You never know what's going to happen. For me particularly, I love watching Okukoyo because I don't have any personal experience or guiding experience with oryxes and springbok in the wild. I've seen them on farms, I've seen them in rehabilitation centers, but in terms of seeing them in the actual wild and how they just carry on and do their thing. And again, I can tell you anything that I've read in a book or read online, but this is literally how we learn every single day. Because what a book is going to tell us is not necessarily going to be what we see in Okukoyo and what we see in the Kalahari and other areas. So I really feel so, so, so lucky every single day to be doing this. And of course doing it with all of you. Learning from all of you as well. Learning from the animals. Sal Ronaldo 2. Good morning. You would like to know, does a waterhole like this not have predators around? So they do occur here. Remember, all of this is in one massive national park, the Etosha National Park. So the animals, they sort of move around, not just necessarily the predators, but even these zebras. We have not seen this many zebras for weeks on end. And now that it's becoming drier again, they are returning. So in this park, you will have jackals, you will have the Cape fox, the bat-eared fox. You'll also have lions, leopards, cheetahs. Sadly, I've only seen jackal and lion from all of those that I just listed. And lions, for myself personally, I think I've only had 2 or 3 sightings. I know Alex, my colleague that also monitors the waterholes, he's had a male lion sighting, which I have not had yet. But hopefully one of these days. But again, everything in nature is interconnected. From the actual soil to the vegetation, to the vegetarians, to the animals that eat the vegetarians. So as everything changes, like we are seeing now, it's becoming drier. So the animals are again coming here for water. And most probably, for some of the rocks as well, for minerals, for the little bit of greenery we see around. So as vegetarians move, the carnivores, goodness. I guess a carnival does move, but the carnivore, they too move, of course, in terms of looking for their food. Oh, we've got some impalas. So we do have predators here, Sal Ronaldo too. It's just a case of actually spotting them. And again, this is a national park, it's rather big. It's about 22,000 hectares, which is not as big as Kruger, for instance. However, that being said, the animals do still have a lot of freedom to move around, not only in the actual tree lines, the bush, but also the water holes. So that is why we are very fortunate with this water hole, because in the winter time or in the dry season, because this is a man-made water hole, it always has water, and so the animals can continue to come here. However, that being said, I do hope we get some more rain, just for the animals' sake, that they don't have to travel those vast distances. On my previous game reserve, we had, I think, if you count all of the pans and everything as well, I think we had about 46 water holes on the whole reserve. And it was always interesting, to see the different movements from the south to the north, specifically with the elephants. As soon as it became winter time, we knew the elephants were going to the north, mostly the northeast, because there was a massive river system flowing through there, and there was always vegetation, of course, around the river. So in the winter time, the elephants went north. They preferred the northwest as well, but specifically the northeast. And as I mentioned this morning, you'll have that even in a fenced private game reserve, even in your fenced national parks. Animals move as they need to, whether it's for water, whether it's for food, whether it's for mating potentials. But I actually want to estimate when we'll see a lion again, but I would much rather see some elephants before lions again, because I think in the winter time specifically we'll probably have some predator action. As I said, then we'll probably have a lot of animals coming here more, and the lions will follow the food. Just like the vegetarians follow the food and the water, the carnivores and the predators will also do the same. So we've got them. We just have to find them and be patient. They have to come to us. But remember, just like our safaris, this is live and we are interactive. So please do send me any questions or comments you might have for me. Perhaps you want to know more about the animals, perhaps you want to know more about the location. Or perhaps just you have some questions about myself or any of the naturalists. Or about Wild Earth.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
You miss all. Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Dino Man, you've got a very, very interesting question. You are saying this wildlife park is home to the... Goodness, I'm not even going to attempt to say that. But one or other special dinosaur. To the tracks of that dinosaur. You would like to know, have I seen that footprints up close? Oof, I'm actually going to attempt to pronounce that. It's the Otheonamperero dinosaur tracks. I apologize if I mispronounced it or slaughtered that now completely. No, I actually have not seen those dinosaur tracks. It's specifically here in Okokoyo. It's difficult to actually do tracking because of the rocks and everything. but also we are not able to always get that close up in terms of tracking the animals, the dung, all of that. So that is why I am definitely making a plan to go here this year. And I would love to hopefully do a bushwalk as well with someone experienced and qualified to be able, you know, even if we see no animals, I would just love to actually look at these rocks and smell all of the vegetation, and because that is one of my favorite things, you know, using my sense of smell in the bush, whether you are smelling elephant dung or flowers or vegetation. So it would be so interesting, you know, to have that different location in comparison to Sabi Sands and the Greater Kruger, which I'm very used to have those different smells and tracks and everything. But in terms of the dinosaur tracks, Dino Man, no, I have not seen it. I actually did not know about that, so I will definitely go read up on that a little bit. Thank you for that. But no, I've actually never seen dinosaur tracks for myself. I am yet to see that. I've seen elephant tracks, if that helps. But not that yet. But you never know. But as I say, I just so badly want to do a bushwalk here. To see the tracks specifically around the waterhole. To see the different rocks. I really want to venture into that tree line and see what is beyond. Woo! See the male impalas chasing each other around, just like the zebras who have been vocalizing the whole day. Impalas are also now slowly going into rutting season, so it's all about the dominance, showing off, being vocal, being aggressive at times. And again, it's so interesting how you become used to the different noises. You know, a couple of months ago, it used to be the crows that you constantly hear the whole day long here in Okukuyo. And now it's slowly but surely becoming the impalas and the zebras. In Djuma, for so long, it's been the woodlands kingfishers, and we still hear them from time to time. However, they are slowly fading, in my personal opinion. Moving on once again. So not just with birds, you know, a lot of these animals move around as they need to. So, and they have different behavioral patterns as well that come along with that. As I say, for a lot of the animals, it's now fighting season. Let's establish the dominance. Harold, you would like to know, are gemsbok the same as oryx? Yes, indeed. So these beautiful antelopes we see with the straight, long, pointy horns, those are oryxes. And you are saying the ones in the deserts of the Middle East are huge. And you are not incorrect in saying that. I personally have never seen them there. But even these ones in Okukuyo, you know. And again, that can be such a lengthy discussion. If you look at elephants, for instance, in Zimbabwe, in comparison to elephants on private game reserves nowadays. Those elephants that you'll find in Botswana and in Zimbabwe are huge. Even Kruger still has some magnificent tuskers, which are really, really massive bulls with stunning horns. Now that could be for various reasons, Harold, but for me personally, from my experience, and again, this is a personal opinion, but from my experience and from my conclusions that I've seen from reserve to even the national parks and everything, that is all based on their genetic wealth. So I always call it the fish tank effect. If you have a tiny little fish bowl and you put a fish in that fish is not going to become this massive shark. Not a shark, but you know what I mean. This massive, sizable fish. It's going to stay tiny and small. However, if you get a bigger fish tank, that fish is going to become a little bit bigger. And if you have an aquarium, that fish is going to be bigger. And if you have the ocean, you can just imagine what is out there. Sometimes I'm so envious of Lauren and the things that she's experienced and seen in the Maldives and the creatures in the ocean. But I think we don't even begin to fathom what is out in the ocean. Now that being said, there are so many species that you can relate this to. But in terms of genes and DNA, of course that plays a role. Just like humans, some people have really tall genes, some people have just blue eyes in their family. For me personally, my grandfather, my father was very tall. They had very big hands, and I got those genes. I got those genes. I'm very tall. I've got very, very big hands. And it's the same with animals. Genes and DNA does play an effect. Just like we've seen in Mashatu last year, there was a herd of elephants that all of them just had one tusk. Now that is just a gene that is passed down. But when you take all of that into consideration, you also have to take circumstance and habitat into consideration as well. So if you have a really, really, really small fish tank, that fish is going to stay small. And the fish after that fish is not going to be very, very big. So before you take DNA and genes and all of that into consideration, you have to take the original circumstance and habitat into account as well. So if you are analyzing Africa, let's say 50 years ago, there were not nearly as many reserves, whether they were public or private. There were not nearly as many national parks. And all of that plays a role. And again, that boils down to humans, because we felt, okay, well, we are also here now. We need roads to travel. So we are going to have to keep the humans out and keep the animals in just to create that separation. But in those years, long ago, 50 years ago even, if you go look at some of the legendary elephants of Kruger and of the greater Kruger, even elephants in the Sabi Sand, I remember when I initially started going on safari, I think I was 4 when I went on my first safari. But the elephants in the Sabi Sand was huge, very, very, very big, massive tusks. And this is not even 50 years ago. So you can just imagine the giants, not just elephants, but Harold, also oryxes, zebras, springbok that roamed the earth years ago. They were larger. And if you analyze that now, again, as I said, Etosha is a national park, so there are fences. So you are going to have to consider that there are, how shall I call this, smaller genes, because the animals don't have such a big area to move in, first of all. They don't have as much reproduction potential because it is now limited. It is not just free roaming and you can walk for days on end and still find oryxes. So all of that plays a role essentially. Now if you are looking at what you are referring to, the deserts, the oryxes in the deserts, Of course they are going to be huge, because you are looking at that vast open area. I don't know which area specifically you are referring to, if it was a park or just like an open area that, you know, the animals still pretty much exist wildly. But all of that being said, they've got a massive area first of all. So there's no competition for food really, because they are not fenced, the resources are not limited. And that actual area for them to move in and to, just like a fish tank effect, is way bigger as opposed to something like Etosha, which is a national park, it's fenced. So it's a very, I can really keep you busy for hours, because that is probably, it's one of my most desired things to discuss on safari, is genetic wealth and the size of animals and the genes of animals. But Harold, just to get back to your question as well, I mean, even if you look at the lions in the Kalahari, they are huge. They really are big. I have not personally seen them. I've seen footage and photographs of them, and they really are big. But again, you know, it's such a massive area. It really, really is such a vast and open area. And as I say, it's not going to have an effect on the first generation of that species. Whether it's the oryx or the elephants or the springbok or whatever you are busy looking at. But a couple of generations down, it is definitely going to make a difference. I don't know if I can use this example, but for instance, I'll do that question now. But for instance, I don't know if any of you would agree with me on this, but for me, particularly where I live in South Africa, I've noticed that, and I mean no offense by this, but I've noticed that people have become shorter and shorter. And again, I don't mean that in any negative way, but just when you look at the average height of the everyday person 20 years ago has definitely decreased. And again, you know, that boils down to genes. And I've often wanted to delve into this in terms of, is it the same like with animals? You know, is it the factor that there's limited space, there's now becoming limited oxygen, food, water, all of that. But of course, you know, we are not animals. We don't live in the wild. We are a little bit, well, we like to call it advanced. I think animals are more advanced than we are. But again, that's just my personal opinion. That's a personal observation that I've made. Maybe I'm completely incorrect. You're, of course, entitled to your own opinion, if you agree with me, if you don't agree with me. But everything boils down to genes. Oh, little one, come out of the water. Aww. That springbok just swam across the dam. That was so precious. But again, you know, resilience. It's a lamb and it already knows how to swim, how to survive. Look how tiny it is. Oh, my Luffy. Anyway, sorry. Saws, you had a question. Can any big cat on its own bring down a giant eland? So, of course, eland is a very massive animal. We've seen them particularly in Kariga and in Amakala with some of our other naturalists. And we have seen them once or twice here in Ukukuya as well. But, I'm trying to think now. In terms of muscle, and again, this is why I say never. Animals are resilient and animals will always surprise us. I remember we once had a week on my previous game reserves where there were 5 giraffe kills by lions in 1 week. But that being said, Saurs, if you are referring purely to possibility, probability, and actual body mass, on its own, no, I wouldn't say so. If you take a male lion, for instance, male lions weigh about 300, 350 kilograms pushing it. An eland is anything from 1,000 to 1,400 kilograms. It's a massive animal. They are very sturdy. So no, to answer your question quite simply and straightforwardly, no. But then again, you know, if you are now saying that there's other things happening in and around, perhaps that eland is injured, perhaps it's got a disease, perhaps it's a very windy day. In particular, this sighting or this week that I'm referring to, it was a very, very, very windy week we had on the reserve. It happened in August, and this one male lion by himself managed to chase a giraffe. It was very windy, and it was able to surprise the giraffe, number one. Number two, the giraffe trampled over rocks, so the lion pushed the giraffe into a very difficult area. Trampled, giraffe broke its neck, and the lion had a feast or buffet for probably, I think it was 10 days that it was still at that kill. So I mean, when you've got factors like that is in favor of the predator, yes, but if you are just taking into account the actual cat against the actual prey, or the eland in this case, no. But again, never say never. We should never put animals in a box or underestimate them. I used to also work with a male lion who was, it's not a very original name, but his name was Makulu Madora, which means massive male. And this lion was literally, he was a beast. He made his own kills, he did his own thing. Then his son took over, you know, the reserve and carried on and carried forth his legacy and all of that. Then that son had 3 other sons as well. And eventually when they went into prime, they ganged up on him and they ripped out his eye in, you know, one of these battles. I don't think it's very fair. I mean, I think it should have been a one-on-one thing. But anyway, that lion is still alive and, you know, still doing its thing and thriving, even with just one eye, hunting for itself, carrying on. So animals really will adapt or die, whatever the circumstances. Whether it's here in Okukoyo, where there's rocks and everything else around, whether it's Juma, where they've got other things to take into consideration. They are resilient and we should never, ever, ever underestimate them. Oh, look at the baby zebra. Woo! A bit of a wee bit tantrum. It's always so funny how they rush out and then they just stroll back in. But of course, you know, if someone reacts, everyone has to react, because you never know when it might be an actual threat or anything dangerous. So then everyone will immediately react. Alrighty, I'm going to continue to monitor our water holes, and for now I'm going to send you to Nick so we can see what he's up to.
Okay, welcome back to Kariega, where we did manage to survive the rain squall. So when you were last with us, we had the two dominant male lions. We have just repositioned. They have got up and moved away from that big open clearing like we kind of thought they would do. And I know we can't see them for the moment, but they are literally just around the bend of this corner. And with us having received so much rain recently, they're using the road as the path of least resistance. There we go, there's the first one coming. And because it is slightly drier than everywhere else. Look at that, absolutely beautiful. Just padding along. So we should see the second one following behind relatively soon. Yeah, there he comes. If this doesn't get your blood going, I don't know what will. Two male lions, both in prime condition. Remember, these males are just short of 5 years, and they're now on a territorial patrol. They are walking right next to the vehicle here. Victor, 100%, Kariega back with a bang. How incredible was that? Absolutely amazing. To get them walking towards us. Let me tell you, that was harder to get than what it seems. There's been a lot of vehicle maneuvering, a lot of sort of predicting of routes that they might take. And I know that was only a sort of a 30-second glimpse for everybody there. But we did work quite hard for that. And in terms of the direction of where they are moving, they're moving now to one of the more massive open clearings, one of the open ridge lines. And if you were lucky enough to be with us maybe about a week ago now, We did manage to have an amazing view of these lions on the same open clearing. Remember, it opens up quite a lot. There's not as much Albany thicket as we have on either side of us here. So we're going to continue to follow these lions who've now obviously moved behind the vehicle down the road, try and reposition ourselves and hopefully get them coming from quite a far distance off, coming towards us. And like I was saying, they should continue to move down the road. The bushes are wet. You know, it's definitely easier to walk along the road. So I'd be very surprised if they did turn off of the road. And I'm going to do a little bit of maneuvering, a little bit of wiggling and turning, and hopefully we can get ourselves a lovely spot to see them again. It's amazing how even when they walk as they do, I mean, they're not walking hell of a fast, but they do cover an amazing amount of ground. You know, steady, consistent pace like that. Remember, in terms of all of the rain that we have had, the ground is wet, so I'll definitely keep an eye out for any tracks to see if we can possibly show you some tracks. With a lot more sort of body mass being at the front of the body, remember their front paws will be a lot bigger, a lot broader than their back feet. So I think the goal that we're going to go for in terms of the next shot that we want to try and get is them walking down the road towards us, potentially even a little bit of scent marking. That would be amazing behavior to watch. There is a little bit of a breeze, so I mean I would be surprised if they do give a full out roar. You know, you'd expect them more to do that during the evening than doing that right now, but never say never. You know, that sighting we had of them a week ago or so, they did give a little roar. When was that? Sort of midday, 1 o'clock or so, which was quite surprising. But I think for now, let me reposition. Hopefully we can get another view, and we're going to take you across to Okukuya with Lisa in the meantime.
Thank you, Nick. Well done. That is a brilliant find. It is always so unpredictable with lions, especially when you are following them. But amazing, it is literally 12 p.m. and they are moving around midday. Definitely the weather is in our favor. So hopefully you can reposition and find them for us again. That will be brilliant. But as you can see, no change really here. The animals are still just enjoying cooling off in the water, hydrating. And I can just imagine, specifically in this hot and humid location, if you've been moving around, whether you are coming all the way from the tree line perhaps, this must be so refreshing. Just getting into the water, cooling off those legs and the stomach, hydrating, and then moving on again. And perhaps they don't venture off too far, then they'll come back again. Some of these animals are water dependent and some not. The oryx, the springboks, the antelopes that we are seeing in the front, they are not water dependent animals. However, we do see them a lot in the water and drinking a lot of water. That is merely precaution. You never know when you're going to have water again, so definitely take advantage of it when you can and have the opportunity. Rita, you would like to know what is the potential to contaminate water here? Well, really, the potential to contaminate water is probably everywhere. But specifically here, your biggest one would be humans. As we don't always do that great with considering the animals and their well-being and our pollution and everything. However, that being said, of course, there is a camp at the back of us. The conservation management is rather strict, and as you can see, there are no actual humans moving in and around this area. But then you could also have perhaps a diseased animal, that actually dies in the water. That could also be a problem. And then just general disease. But again, for the most part, animals are relatively intelligent when it comes to that. They will definitely know when an area is not healthy. But I always say your biggest indicator and your best friend when it comes to telling the health and well-being of a waterhole and of a specific location is frogs. So we don't really hear them during the day, but at night time we do hear the frogs, specifically with it being rain season again now. And frogs, as we know, they breathe through their skin, so if it is not a healthy environment for them, they won't be living there. So that is definitely one of the indicators. But again, as I say, Rita, unfortunately, us as humans, we are unfortunately the biggest villains when it comes to polluting not just waterholes, but I think Mother Nature in general, and taking her for granted and not taking care of her as well as we can. Oh, look at the tiny zebra. That is a very, very small baby. Jane, you would like to know if all antelope species have specific breeding seasons. So this is something we discussed earlier today. But a lot of your animals the easy way to remember it, any animal that could easily become prey to a predator, those animals give birth in the rain season. So in Juma, we saw during December, a lot of the impalas and a lot of the other general game such as zebras and wildebeest, they gave birth. And then in Okokoyo it came a bit later because Okokoyo is a little bit more north and the rain season comes a little bit later. But all of that being said, yes, definitely. All of these animals specifically that we have in frame right now, these are your summer breeders, so they'll have their babies mostly in the summertime. Again, never put animals in boxes and say that's the only thing that happens and it never changes. But then a lot of your other animals such as elephants, rhinos, they are of course all year breeders. But these ones that we are looking at right now, the general game and the antelope, they all have a specific breeding season, which is summer, which is why the zebras are also vocal today, because it is now slowly going into almost like a rut season, just like we see the impalas in Juma and in Pridelands. They are becoming a little bit more vocal, so there has to be harems established. For that to happen, there has to be actual combat and fighting and some aggression. And then after rutting comes mating. So then they will mate, and then with the zebras specifically, they will have their foals in the next 11 to 12 months. With the springboks, same thing. So they are specific breeders, yes. Well, as always, I will keep all of you posted in terms of what we have at this beautiful waterhole. I really do hope we'll see some elephants before the end of the day. But you never know. But for now, let's see what Nick is getting up to with those lions.
Thanks, Lisa. These lions are definitely playing slightly harder to get today. They're moving, then they're stopping, they're moving, and they're stopping. I mean, it's working for them, but it's definitely making life a little bit more difficult on our end. But more than happy to oblige and play along here. So that open clearing that we were talking about, they're not too far from it now. They're more than likely about 200 to 300 meters away. And look at that amazing backdrop that we've got. We've talked time and time again about the scenery of Kariega. It doesn't get much better than that. You can see how dense and thick it is all the way at the back there. And that's one of the reasons why these male lions have been moving along the road. You can see how much more difficult it would be to move through those thickets there. Brothers are really just enjoying the fact that the rain has stopped for the moment. And remember, all of that body contact is strengthening the bond between the two of them. And although they may flop down on each other's heads, they're kind of alright with that. And just like that, they decide to give us another practical session of what Houdini would have done all those years ago. And it does look like they are slowly heading towards those clearings called zebra plains that we were chatting about. And I feel like they are giving us a tough time, but it'll definitely be worth it if they do head there. Lots of river euphorbias that we can see in the frame here. Remember, that's going to be one of the more plentiful trees that we find here at Kariega, especially when we start to go down towards some of the valleys, even a lot of the steep sort of cliffs lining the rivers. You know, we've chatted about these river euphorbias on the banks of the Kariega River, which is now, in terms of our position, much further east of where we are. So we have come quite far west from Scotia Dam and the Scotia Dam clearings. So we're now slightly closer to the Bushman's River than the Kariega River. It is amazing as these lions are moving around from place to place, just to have a look at a lot of the different plant species that we can get. You can see we've got that river euphorbia there in the back. You can see here this large tall stalk that I've just focused on in the foreground. That is a tall white squill. So they tend to prefer these slightly more open areas. And closer down to the Bushman's River, lining the banks there. Remember, we did go on that exploratory mission the other day, and there were heaps and heaps of these tall white squills. We must have seen about 200, 300 of these individual stalks standing up. Whereas remember, closer to the Kariega River we find them, but not in the density compared to the Bushman's River. And you can see the top of that stalk really being blown around a little bit now. The wind is starting to pick up a little bit. See, there is some insect life. I can't see exactly what type of insects there are that have been buzzing around that tall white squirrel. I'll just move it off for a moment. But remember, it does have so those insects will be trying to assimilate a lot of those toxins in order to try and protect themselves from other birds and things like that. Talking about plants that do have toxins and things like that. This is another one of them right here next to the vehicle. This is the milkweed. You can see some of the darker balls. Those are kind of some of the dead sort of casings that hold the actual seeds themselves. And those green ones are obviously the newer ones. For now, let's take you across to Tess in Amakhala.
Thank you, Nick. Good morning, everybody. My goodness, what an adventure it has been. Now, I know it feels like it's been forever since I said this, but I promised I would try and find you a flowering aloe. And lo and behold, after the rain, we found flowering aloe. It's amazing. Beautiful, bright orange, yellow on the ends, and absolutely stunning. And a great way for us to celebrate the fact that it's been raining really hard. My name is Tess. I'll be taking you out on an adventure at Amakhala in the Eastern Cape. That's what I was going for. Behind the camera is Morgan. And hopefully I can get my words out a bit better because I think the rain put my brain to sleep. Now, it's been a pretty adventurous week so far because we have had so much rain that the pans are filling up, the greenery is so bright, and of course there are flowers popping up everywhere. And we had some great discussions last week towards the end of the week about the different flowers here, and particularly the aloe plants, because that is actually what Amakhala means. It means land of the aloes in the local language, which is Xhosa, or isiXhosa, whichever way you want to say it. And this is the first one we've managed to find in the entire time that I've been here that's actually flowering. Now, it's called a bitter aloe, very aptly named. It is very bitter. And of course, absolutely famous for those beautiful flowers coming up the top. Now, one plant can have many of those flowering stalks on it. This one has started with one, and it's still quite a small aloe. It's quite bent. And for some reason, the elephants have let this one survive. But it's the elephant's kind of favorite snack out here. But it is indigenous to southern Africa, of course, being a favorite snack to so many different things. So it's quite rare for us to find an aloe with a flower. In general, in Amakhala, there are not that many aloes left in this section. If you go further north where the elephants don't go, then we find quite a few. And of course, the surrounding areas as well are full of bitter aloe. Now, this is great in terms of attracting wildlife. Not only does it attract many different bird species, you can see those flowers are kind of long and tube-shaped. So each stalk on the top, that's not one solid flower, that is many flowers together that make that kind of squill shape. Those are perfect for sunbirds. So sunbirds are really popular anywhere that you'll find aloes. But it's one of those amazing plants that you can find in almost a continuous band all the way across the southern side of South Africa. So these are really populous. And because it's found in so many different places that are kind of hilly and rocky, it means that those are usually pretty good spots for birds. If you have a listen, you'll probably hear quite a few. Isn't that amazing? It's like the bush is celebrating the rain. Insects, birds, frogs, everybody's calling. All that's missing is a hyena or a jackal or a lion, maybe even an elephant with its low rumble. But in terms of the smaller things, everything is here. And we've seen such a huge burst of insects today as well. So it's been really cool to see how quickly the bush has responded. And that definitely includes, you know, everything from the insects right the way up. We've seen a terrapin today. We've seen quite a few tortoises. And of course, this is just going to explode with even things, as I was about to say butterfly, even things like butterflies. A little butterfly flitted through the back there at speed. They are loving this. Now, aloes, of course, are pretty important as well in terms of medicinal uses, not just for us, but supposedly animals as well. This is kind of, I mean, we don't really know how much animals know about medicinal stuff. So can they just smell that it's probably going to help? Do they instinctually know it's going to help? I don't know. But it is very good for rehydrating. Each one of those spiky looking leaves is like a solid block of wet gel in the middle. It's quite squishy, it's jelly-like. And it's bitter, hence the name bitter aloe, but it is very popular with elephants because it's a great source of moisture, being a succulent plant. But you might find other species trying to feed on it as well, things like baboons, things like monkeys, definitely all of the birds, and of course humans as well. It's very popular for making all sorts of medicinal things and even anti-aging stuff. Great for burns in particular. That jelly-like substance, if you put on wounds or burns, really helps it heal up a lot quicker. And you can even use it, I know farmers in the area use it as a boost or a supplement for animals during droughts, for all the livestock. But interesting, when it's alive like this, it's such a huge attractant to so many things. Can you believe that when it burns, it actually repels insects and animals? So something about the smell changes when it's burned and dried up, and that's a great source of repelling insects. So aloe vera is basically where this comes in. So aloe vera, I'm sure you know, it's a very, very popular product. It comes from bitter aloe, also known as the Cape aloe, and of course is widely known for multiple uses. However, if you're going to go and try and eat this whole plant, you're probably going to have a bit of a bad stomach. They're a natural laxative in high dosages. But if you've got some birds that you want to tick off on your list, and we're sticking away from the medicinal uses, this is a great one to stick around. Donald, good morning. That's a super interesting question. So animals learn what not to eat from a variety of things. The one is they have a much better sense of smell than we do. So they can smell chemicals that might not be palatable or might be poisonous. And so they might naturally avoid things that smell really interesting or really bad. But at the same time, they have to combine that with learning and watching. So it's not just using their own nose or using their own palate. It actually involves a lot of learning from their parents, particularly if you're looking at mammals. So any young mammal, whether it's a baby elephant or a baby kudu or even a baby lion, will be watching what their parents do, particularly their moms. And if mom keeps feeding off of the same plants, I don't know if you've ever seen it with elephants in particular, the elephant babies stick their trunks into mom's mouth while she's chewing, and they start stealing food while she's chewing. They sniff it, they sometimes put it in their mouths, and what they're doing is they're getting a natural taste for it, but also getting to know the smell really well, and then they start picking it up on their own as it's growing naturally in the wild. So for things like elephants in particular, it'll be a great combination of both, because they have got the best sense of smell. So for them, they can smell things that aren't great, but if they're not sure, they're also learning from their parents. It's I would think, more of a human problem of not knowing what to eat and what not to eat. Because for animals, a lot of them can tolerate things that we can't. A lot of them can tolerate poisonous plants like milkweeds. Right, can you hear me now? Beautiful. Apologies, everybody. Seems the rain has gotten the better of us today. Don't worry, we're beating it back. We're getting there. So, sorry, like I was saying, so for elephants in particular, they can use a great combination of smell and learning because they have such a strong sense of smell. So for animals, it's natural instinct, and a lot of the time they can tolerate things we can't. So tamboti trees, for example, are poisonous. A lot of animals can tolerate that. Their immune system is just a lot better, and their digestive system can handle things ours can't. These bird calls are so magnificent today. But I think just in general, humans are quite bad at knowing what to eat and what not to eat. And I don't just mean junk food versus healthy food. I mean actually out here in the wild, we're actually fairly terrible at knowing what we can and can't eat. For us to know is either to be able to know that it's safe, knowledge is, or to watch animals and what they eat. But you've got to be, you've either got to have an expert you, or you've got to watch things like vervet monkeys. No, baboons, not vervet monkeys. Baboons will eat what we can eat. They can't handle toxic things, but vervet monkeys will eat anything. And I've actually droppings, because they can eat so many toxic things, and then those toxic liver failure because of an over toxicity, poisonous things. Now, animals are much more adept at dealing with particular elephants, black rhinos, kudus, They can eat a lot of very poisonous things, and a lot of insects do as well. Some use it to their advantage. Things like African monarch butterflies that feed on milkweeds and are actually poisonous, and their bright coloration is what gives it away. But for animals, I'm sure they could smell it a bit as well. So out here it's going to be a combination of trial and error, watching Mom, and smelling to see if it smells like it's safe. We can't smell it. We're about useless at that. Alright, we are going to try and find you some more flowers though, and in the meantime we'll send you back over to Lisa at Okukuya Waterhole.
Thank you, Tess, and thank you for that beautiful flower. It's always so special to see them. I always immediately think of my aunt when I see an aloe. She's got a stunning garden in the middle of Sabi Sand. The one morning they woke up and there was a leopard just chilling amongst the adults, and it was the most incredible photos. They were also in full bloom. And it's literally just this leopard chilling on a porch with all of the aloes around it, as if nothing is going on. Always so incredible to see all of these amazing flowers that we do on Escape to Nature and all of our safaris. But yes, no changes outside. The zebras are still around, the springbok, all of the general game. And I'm just hoping for some elephants before the end of Escape to Nature. You never know. Maybe we get lucky, maybe we don't. But tomorrow is a new day and we'll try again. But it has been a brilliant day so far. We've seen some incredible things. And hopefully we'll see a couple more before the end of Escape to Nature. It's interesting to see how the activity has now decreased a little bit, particularly with the zebras. Yes, they're still around, but I thought, this time of day we'd actually have more activity. But we also have to take into consideration, this is a very open area. Out here it is very hot and humid, particularly in this specific location. So the animals are most probably just sticking to the tree line, because if I'm not mistaken, it's about 37 degrees Celsius. So it's fairly hot. Even though there's water, there's minerals and all of that, you don't want to overexert yourself and waste energy. So it probably would be a bit better just to wait for it to cool down a little bit. And then they come back to the water hole. I was really hoping I would see some elephants approaching from either of the sides. Unfortunately, not yet. Maybe today is not the day. That's perfectly fine. But I think let's head on over to Kariga so we can see what Nick and his lions are up to.
So our dominant coalition of male lions here at Kariga have come towards that big open clearing, the Zebra Plains clearing that we were talking about. They've just stopped right at the edge of it here. And quite common for things like lions and leopards when they're on.
Our apologies. Nick seems to be needing a parachute. It is very, very windy in Kariga, so our apologies for that. Hopefully it dies down a little bit. And we can definitely get a glimpse of those beauties again before the end of Escape to Nature. Alrighty, well I think for now let's head on over to the Djuma Dam Cam and see if anyone wants to come visit us in the Sabi Sand. So our Djuma Dam Cam is finally back up. We had some issues with the electricity, so it was beyond our control, but it's back. And it's very quiet. But that is perfectly fine. We never know what to expect and what might happen. Perhaps I get some elephants here. I can only hint that much to Mother Nature. Or really anything. I'm just going to have a look around and see what we might see. But I'm so thrilled about this waterhole being so filled up. And again, just like we've been seeing in Okokoyo, as soon as it rained, you know, the animals don't come to visit as much as they generally did. And that is purely because they are no longer restricted or limited to just one area, which is not ideal for us. But it's wonderful for the animals. That's why I say I'm torn in Okokoyo when it comes to getting rain, but in terms of the animals' well-being, I definitely hope we get a lot of rain still. And I wonder when the rainfall season will end in Djuma. It's been very interesting, specifically for myself. I grew up going on safari in this beautiful area, and I think really in general, you know, all of the places, I think all of the world, not just Africa, but all of the places, when you start analyzing the rainfall and you compare it to 10, 20, 30 years ago, there definitely is a radical change. And there might be various reasons behind it. For me personally, I definitely believe global warming has a lot to do with it. Because of course, you know, that is changing the atmosphere, and all of that is going to have an effect on the weather patterns. So it will be interesting to see how much longer Djuma gets rain. And specifically all over the country, and again all over the world. How it is just radically changing. Even in Cape Town, I know Cape Town had some weird rainfall times last year, which is not at all supposed to be the time for them to have received rainfall, and they did. Specifically in the Greater Kruger, the rainfall is coming later and later every single year. But again, you know, along with that, it just goes to show how resilient animals are. They also just adapt and sort of just go with the flow. Just want to have a look around, see if we can see any animals. Well, hello, Franklins. Now, I'm sure many of you know this by now, but of course, we are looking for some amazing footage of sightings that you may have had, whether it's been recent or very old footage of some incredible wildlife moments. So please do send those through to us. And ultimately, you could win some prizes, you can earn some money, you can see your name in the credits. So what you can do is you can go onto the Wild Earth website and just click on the content button and all of the info will be there for you, just to have a look-see as to what you can do and how to submit it. And there's no limit, you can submit as many as you want. And please do not think that it may not be worthy. I know all of us, especially if you're a wildlife enthusiast or photographer or videographer, we tend to just film footage and then it just stays on your laptop or your hard drive and no one ever sees it again. So definitely go look through your archives. Perhaps there is something that we could use. And again, there's some cool prizes to be won. You could win some money or earn some money. I think I need a prize if I find an animal right now in Djuma. It is very quiet. But it's always good to look at the different locations and to see how it's looking in terms of, the water levels, in terms of the actual vegetation. For me personally, I can definitely testify that it has become a lot more vibrant again in terms of the vegetation. But maybe that's just me. The animals definitely have appreciation for this. And these clouds are looking quite ominous. We might get some rainfall again this afternoon. Of course, I don't want to jinx anything, but it's always good to be prepared. Andrew, you are commenting on the water level. Isn't it just amazing? And it's incredible, I remember when I was actively guiding, you would work for 6 weeks consecutively and then you go on leave for 2 weeks. And literally, those 2 weeks that you are away, the reserve could have completely transformed, whether it's from summer to winter or winter to summer. And a lot of the areas getting so much water and everything just changing again. It's water really is life when it comes to Mother Nature. That is why I say we should really, as much as we can, specifically I want to address the South Africans on this now. Because I heard this morning again on the news there's a massive water shortage. And, people aren't understanding this because it has rained so much. There's been floods all over South Africa as well. But the actual organization that controls the water in South Africa, they've apparently got a cap or a limit because they are busy on a project for, further water allowance. But that has been going on for quite some time. So they are really urging people, to use water sparingly. If you can, rather shower instead of bathing and close the tap when you're brushing teeth. All of that, the preach, but that was very interesting for me. I did not realize that. And until this project is actually completed, the cap will stay at that. So even though all of the dams are full and there in reality is enough water, by law they are restricted to cap the water allowance for actual residents. And that is all over South Africa, believe it or not. Which is interesting. I did not know that. But luckily the animals have no cap. Unless it actually becomes dry. They can go to the various water holes. And of course here in Savisan, in Djuma specifically, there are many of them. Gowrie Dam, Twin Dams, Treehouse Dam, Baobab Dam, Chitwa Dam. There really are so many. And that's why I always say we are very fortunate to be doing what we do as waterhole naturalists, because we literally just sit and wait for the animals. Which, again, like anything else in life, there are pros and cons. If there are no animals, like now, because there's enough water everywhere, we can't scurry out and go look for them or show you some tracks and all of that. But then, of course, when they do come, it is just absolutely brilliant. Bundu Bash, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on Escape to Nature. You are saying you are having El Nino this year, so perhaps the reason for so much rain. You know, that is something that I actually learned about the other day, or read about the other day. Now, for those of you that do not know, El Nino refers to, in the 1600s, South American fishermen actually first noticed periods of unusually warm weather in the Pacific Ocean. And again, there can be various reasons for weather patterns and changes and everything. But for me personally, I'm definitely very set on, global warming. Again, it changes everything. And of course, it has an effect on the atmosphere and everything. And I know the full name they used was El Nino de Navidad, because El Nino typically peaks around December. And just in basic, as I say, I don't have a broad knowledge on it, so please do correct me if I'm wrong. But it basically just refers to very warm weather, as we know as well in southern Africa. Generally when it's becoming very warm, we say, the rain is coming. And I definitely do believe that all of that is intertwined and interconnected, whether we want to accept that or not. Again, if I mispronounce that or anything, please do correct me. But as I say, I don't have a massive knowledge on that in itself. I just read something interesting on social media the other day, because I was actually researching weather patterns and weather changes, over the past 10, 20, 30 years. But I definitely do believe in the next 10, 20, 30 years, it's going to be very different as well. Alrighty, well, it seems fairly peaceful in Djuma, but luckily we saw the waterhole, and you can all definitely agree with me. It is looking wonderful here in terms of water. But I will continue searching for some animals, and for now I'm going to send you back to Tess in Amakhala.
Oh, it is so good to hear that the water levels are ridiculously high in Djuma, Lisa. I feel like it's going to stay that way for so long now. Normally we don't get that much rain, so I suppose it's going to stay wet for a pretty long time. Now on this side we are finally starting to get a taste of what that rain is like. It's been raining on and off for a few days. It rained a bit last week, but at the moment it's just so beautiful. Flowers popping up everywhere, greenery, and these animals have so much energy. The hartebeest have been running around. Everybody is just loving the fact that they're not hiding from the sun, and they're looking so spectacular. The rain just makes everyone look 10 times more colorful, including the greenery. We finally had a little bit of a break. It started raining again just now, and now it's stopped. And it seems like this kind of pause in the rain has caused everybody to start waking up, look for spots to maybe have a dust bath or a mud bath, start grazing again, start moving. Because during the rain, they're all lying down. They're trying to keep warm. Now everyone's running through all the sand patches. I must tell you, Morgan spotted the tiniest little baby red hartebeest calf I've ever seen in my life. Still had its umbilical cord. Literally, I think, born yesterday or last night. Okay? And it was lying down just like those eland with mom, but of course, as soon as we got close, they just disappeared. And that's the natural reaction. This baby is literally... Yeah, it looked like a termite mound, a very small termite mound of rock. It was so tiny. And then when it stood up and was a bit wobbly and still had the umbilical cord, I mean, that's literally like a day old, if that. So, very normal for mom to be going, no, we are moving out of any area where there's any movement we are not happy with. So, I'm not surprised she took Bubba to the other side. But I'm hoping at some point we get a glimpse of it because, wow, that thing was tiny. So cute. I wonder if there's any tiny calves in this eland family. They're all lying so closely packed together. It's actually quite tough to tell who's who in the zoo here. From what I can see, I can only see adults. But maybe the little ones are hiding. They do like to hide. Oh, Dylan, yes, eland will absolutely fight with their horns. So males have much bigger and thicker horns than females. They're also a lot longer, and they have a much more broad build. So they've got this really thick neck, huge shoulders, and a massive head. And all of that is specifically designed to fight each other. So they are fiercely dominant over their group of females, and if another male comes in, we've got a problem. And they will fight. They'll lock horns, they'll push each other around. I mean, just unreal levels of power because they are so heavy. Male eland can weigh almost a ton, almost 1,000 kilograms. So they're huge animals, and when they fight, it must be even more terrifying than when buffaloes fight, to me. I don't know. I've never seen two big male elands fighting in real life. But they will certainly try and take each other out of those horns. There have been incidences of them killing each other because those horns are so sharp, and if a male manages to get the horn through the neck or through the thoracic cavity, anywhere through the chest, the horns are long enough to be able to come out the other side. So they can cause some pretty serious damage with those very sharp spiraled horns. Don't know if you knew this, but those spiraled horns are what makes them a relative of kudus, bushbuck, and nyalas. Anything with a spiraled horn is related, and those are our 4 species that we get here in South Africa that have the spiraled horn. This is a very tight spiral, not like the kudu, that's that loose, very broad corkscrew. This is more similar actually to almost a bushbuck, except it has a lot more very tight spirals in the middle, and then straight at the top, straight at the bottom. Very interesting. But they are very dangerous, those horns. There's been many accounts of them killing other animals as well. If they get upset with other animals, they can kill them too quite easily. All they have to do is, even the females are very aggressive, just drop the head so that the horns are pointing straight forwards, and you just charge at whatever's coming at you. This wind is icy. My goodness. I don't blame the eland for still lying down at all. This wind picks up, it is so cold. And if you're wet on top of that, you're going to be extra cold. We are still wet, our clothing, so in this cold wind we can feel the temperatures dropping. Imagine how they feel. Their coats must still be wet because it's been a very heavy soaking rain. Everything is sopping wet. Oh, I didn't get that. Morgan, it broke up. Did you hear? No? Tulu, would you please repeat that for us? Sorry, it's breaking up quite badly. I think the weather is playing with our emotions as well as our comms. just magnificent. They're so big. I love how the males are kind of that grey stony colour. The males are the two very big ones kind of standing up. The females are the very light sandy coloured ones. It's quite a distinct difference, and I don't actually know why the males would have a different colour to the females. Maybe it's so they can spot each other easily and take out the competition really fast. I have no idea. Sorry, you will hear my jacket moving. The wind is catching my hood. Tay, there we go. I've got your question. The black stripe on the back, I would think... I don't know how it would help with navigation, if I'm honest. I've never heard of it helping with navigation. It might help them spot each other, I would think. It makes them a little bit easier to spot when they're moving through rocky areas trying to find each other. Because remember, if you're up on slopes all the time, a lot of the time you're looking down, and so you're going to see the top black stripe on the back. I don't think it would help them with navigation much, because I don't really see a connection between those two. It's not like... Yeah, I can't think of any way that it would help with navigation in terms of, okay, if they're going to migrate, this is the direction they go in. I think it's honestly just spotting each other, and especially being on rocky outcrops, if they're on slopes a lot and they're moving down a hill or anything like that, they'll be able to see the stripe in front of them moving, and that'll help them stay together. It'll help them follow each other, but I don't think it'll help with navigation in the sense that it'll give them a direction to go in, because it's going to be in the same position on their body the whole time. I don't know if I'm maybe misunderstanding your question, but that's what I would think it would be for, similar to the white tip on a leopard's tail, or the black and white stripes on a cheetah's tail, the black tips on the back of lions and leopards' ears, the black tip on a giraffe's tail, the white stripe on on a red hartebeest's bum, tail straight up in a warthog. It's kind of the same as that. Something to follow, especially if you're looking from slopes. But you'll see their coloration in general kind of leans towards that anyway, because towards the back end their tail carries that same darker stripe. So whether they're looking from behind or above or at an angle, they'll always see some form of stripe of where the eland in front of them is, particularly for baby and mom. This is quite important. And then a very kind of greyish bum. So it looks different. It looks different to what the rest of the body does. I like the fact that they're starting to get up. Now that they're actually moving, you can see there's a few sub-adults in the group, maybe 1.5 years old or so, born the last breeding season. I think we're going to stick around and see what they do though, because now that they're getting active, it might be quite interesting to see what they decide to do. And maybe we'll even get a glimpse of that little baby hartebeest a bit later. For now though, I think we'll send you back over to Lisa at Okukuya Waterhole to see what's happening in Namibia.
Thank you, Tess. Always wonderful seeing the elands. I have not seen elands in very long, for myself I mean. As I mentioned, we have seen them once or twice here in Okukuyo, but it's always wonderful when we can see them with you guys. They really are magnificent animals. My first reserve that I guided on, we had a lot of elands on the upper escarpments, and I always loved seeing them. But then again, I probably love seeing any animal. I'm one of those crazy people. And I really am just still having some quality time with all of the zebras and the springbok and Okukuyo. It has been such a peaceful day. They've of course all just come for some hydration, to cool off, and then they take off again. Remember, you also don't want to stay in one area for too long and make yourself that vulnerable. But also the fact that it's becoming very hot now. So they'll just sort of come for a quick cool off and then move off again, come back a bit later. The thing with water is, when there's water, you have to utilize it as much as you can and take advantage of it, because they never know when they will get to water again. They literally have not stopped for one moment today. Of course, it's not the same zebra constantly. It's various stallions from various harems. And, well, not harems yet, from bachelor groups. And they are battling it out to, to see who's going to be the best provider for the ladies. Ooh, this one mare in the water. She's literally in the middle of them. She's face on towards us. Ooh, look at that. She's massive. She really is very, very big, that zebra. An interesting thing with, breeding season, all of that. Often you'll see animals or predators going specifically, well, I don't really know if it's specifically, but they'll go for pregnant females and they'll actually open the womb first and eat the fetus, and then they will eat the rest of the carcass. Now, I wonder if that, again, earlier on we spoke about pheromones, which is chemical signals that animals give off to one another, whether it's estrus signals or territorial signals. I wonder if a predator can smell if a female is pregnant. But I think, because I'm probably overanalyzing it now, but I think predators definitely do smell when females are pregnant, whether it's a springbok or zebra or a kudu or really anything, but they must, because these animals know when a predator is around, sometimes without even spotting it initially. So there must be certain scents or pheromones that are given off from predator to prey and prey to predator. Because if an animal can smell exactly just by putting up its trunk or its nostrils or whatever the case, whatever the species, and knowing this is my mom, this is my protector, or with harems, this is our stallion, this is our ram, this is our protector, surely they must know. So I think when predators are on the hunt, specifically in breeding season, I definitely do think they single out pregnant females. Because you can imagine a massive pregnant zebra like we saw various times today. She's most probably going to be a little bit slower, no offense, but a little bit slower than the rest. It's almost like an injured animal, you know. She now has extra weight to carry. But make no mistake, they still are very fast and they can still defend themselves, kick, and which is incredible if you think about it. It's like a cheetah as well. If you look at all of the cats really, cheetahs, leopards, lions, they have the short gestation period, and for a lot of them, you know, whether a female lion is part of a pride or not, for a period of time, sometimes she has to hunt for herself and by herself. And it's incredible to think that an animal is carrying a baby and is still able to evade a predator or to hunt an animal of prey. I don't know, Mother Nature never ceases to amaze me. Chad, you are saying what a beautiful day it has been, and I could not agree with you more. It really has been so peaceful. Just in terms of, you know, we've seen a lot of the same thing today, specifically in Okokoyo, the zebras, the wildebeest, the springbok, the impala, come and go, but just to see the different interactions and reactions, you know, if one gets a fright, all of them quickly get out of the water, because you never know, is it a crocodile in the water? Is it something that is going to attack them? So it really has been amazing. And of course to see how they all just peacefully coexist, share the same water hole. Well, for the most part peacefully. The zebras have been rather aggressive with one another, but as I've mentioned, it is due to that time of the year or that time of the season that they are allowing their egos to get into the way. No, of course, they don't have egos. It's all part of their prime and their time that they go through in life. From becoming a beautiful big stallion to establishing an actual harem that you have to take care of until you are, of course, then challenged by another stallion that would perhaps like to take over your harem. What an absolutely beautiful day. And just to think, about 2 weeks ago, this place was still super lush, super green. We were still joking around, saying that we all want to go have a picnic and just fall asleep on the grass and, I'm game if you are, but I don't know if I want to do that so badly anymore as I did 2 weeks ago. So again, we are hoping for some rain. But all of that being said, we have had a lot of fun since it is becoming dry again. And the animals are returning to this beautiful waterhole again. Harold, you're saying you are hoping for some lion luck soon. I know, Harold. I could not agree with you more. And we'll try again tomorrow, It didn't happen for us today. The elephants didn't happen for us today. But that is the beauty about tomorrow. We have no idea what to expect and what's going to happen and what's in store for us. So that definitely is the exciting thing. But I am absolutely with you on that one, Harold. Lions would be great, but we'll start easy. We'll not even be that demanding, just some elephants, Mother Nature. But as always, it has been a brilliant day. Thank you so much for putting up with my voice for most of the day, and thank you so much for all of your questions and comments. We have had a brilliant day. From seeing some general game with Tess to seeing the Lions with Nick, and then of course seeing all of the general game here in Ukukoyo, it has been beautiful. And of course Mr. Ben also contributed with a beautiful bird, or actually a few. But once again, thank you so much from all of us. We really cannot tell you how much we appreciate your time and your comments, and really overall just your passion for wildlife. It means the world to us. And of course, none of this is possible without you. But stay tuned for some more nature right after this. And then, of course, this afternoon we'll have Sunset Safari at 3:30 Central African Time. And tomorrow I will be back. So I hope you all join us again tomorrow. Same time, same place. And you never know. You never know what's going to happen this afternoon on Safari. Tomorrow on Escape to Nature. We can only hope, but most of all appreciate absolutely everything that we get to witness and observe. But once again, from myself, Lisa, thank you so much. It's been a beautiful day. I will see all of you tomorrow, and I hope you have a beautiful, beautiful rest of the day.